officers who live here today, each officer will get the requisite uniform. I do not expect what has been happening in the past, that these officers are asked to go and look for uniforms and buy them using their own money in all manner of places.
The president, while speaking at the pass-out parade in Nyeri County, further said that police officers and their families will start enjoying health insurance cover from this month.
Kenyans must be proud to serve in any institution. In any case, we believe kazi ni kazi. There is absolutely no difference between what I do as president and what these officers do in their respective capacities, because we all serve the people of Kenya, and everybody must have the best opportunity.
This is Africa's fastest man, Ferdinand Omurwa Omanyala, was among the 2,881 recruits who graduated from Kiganjo Police Training College. Now, President William Ruto says Kenya fully supports the political framework agreement signed on December 5th, 2022 between the Transitional Sovereignty Council and the civilian political actors in Sudan, reaffirming a strong commitment to peaceful future of the country. The agreement sets out a foundation for broad-based consultations between the signatories on important actions that will ensure a successful transition and usher in stability for Sudan. He notes that a peaceful and secure Sudan is critical for the prosperity and stability of the Horn of Africa and the African continent at large. Now, Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has criticized the Kenya Kwanza government for allegedly harassing public servants who are members of retired President Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Speaking in Nyahururu, Kioni claims some administrative officers in the Mount Kenya region had been fired and others transferred. The Secretary General regretted the move, saying public officers are legally expected to serve alongside the day's government.
That some of the chiefs, assistant chiefs, even ACCs within Mount Kenya region have been suspended, some sacked, others transferred, kihorera. And we want to remind the current government that the public servants today are expected to serve the government of the day, the UDA government. Those public servants who are serving the government of the day, then the Jubilee government. To punish them today is to tell the others that they should not also be serving UDA government, because come the next government, they'll be punished for having served it.
Kioni further says that the current government has promises to fulfill, including reduction of the high cost of living, among others, which must be achieved for Ruto to win the 2027 elections.
Is actually perfecting the capture, the state capture that they seem to have had a lecture on, and these are issues that will certainly make this government very unpopular. And I want to tell you, given the trade we have seen in the last 100 days now plus, this is a one-term government. I am certain the same Kenyans who put them in office are the same Kenyans who will stop them. Whether they plan to rig 2027, whether they have their brothers and sisters in the IEBC, this government will not see 2027 if they do not, if this is the trade that they have taken.
And in an election petition lodged by Paul Karembu and Judy Nayeyo seeking to overturn Kajiado Governor Joseph Ole Lenku's win, the court has issued far-reaching directions in a judgment delivered through email to lawyers of both sides. Justice J.N. Mulwa ordered scrutiny and recount of all votes cast in 16 polling stations that had been flagged by the petitioners. The court further directed a scrutiny of counterfoils of used ballot papers as well as rejected ballot papers to see whether they tally with those on record. The petitioners had told the court that there was an unexplained variance in the constituency vote tallies and the county tallies for Kajiado South and Kajiado West constituencies. And Kakamega Governor Fernandez Banazes called out Senator Boni Khalwale for what he termed as interfering with MCAs. Governor Baraza asked Khalwale to focus on oversighting the county and cease from interfering with the work of MCAs. He promised to deliver services to all Kakamega residents without discrimination. And finally, a 2.2 billion shillings case against businesswoman Mary Wambui and her daughter Purity Njoki has been dropped. More on that story in a subsequent news bulletin. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political comedy.
Smack dab in the middle of the week, and let's see what these roads are looking like right about now. It's already starting to build up on the Thika Superhighway. We're likely to see some traffic then spill over into the city as we get closer towards 7 o'clock. It's also looking pretty busy on Langata Road as well. Jogger Road, interestingly enough, not looking too bad right now. We'll see a build-up of traffic probably later out into towards Kamkunji. Juja Road, there's some action there. On the Thika Superhighway, it's also building up as well. The northern bypass looks good. There's an option coming in from Kiambu through to the city, and that should be all right, at least for now. We're going to see a pickup of traffic later. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, all in an attempt to keep things moving this morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up,
It's
not
8
down.
minutes after 6 o'clock.
This
It's a wonderful Wednesday morning, and how are you doing? Coming into the middle of the week, and I'm even wearing things that I shouldn't be wearing. Okay, I'm here. Don't worry. We just take it as it is. Yes. So how are you doing today? Good to get into Kenya's biggest conversation with you. Karibuni sana. Lots of conversations lined up for you today, actually for all of us to look into and see what is going on in the country, and also taking up a tab from the rest of the world. Hope everybody's doing well, hunky-dory. You might ask, am I alone? I am not alone. I am never, ever alone. Good morning, Eric Latif.
You've started already the show. I thought you were doing traffic.
That's traffic. She just called your name. It's part of the traffic.
Hey.
You thought that what happened? You thought what happened?
I thought you were doing traffic.
I did.
And traffic ended. Not that there was no more traffic on the road. No. but her mention of traffic came to an end. Like all good things.
They must.
Come to an end.
And they shall.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How
How
are
are you
you?
doing?
I am fine. The strangest thing happened this morning.
Strange. Number one.
Leaving the house,
Yeah.
I looked down and I realized that I was wearing one red shoe and one brown shoe.
You look down.
For some reason, I normally don't. I opened the door and I was leaving, trying to get into the car. Then I looked down. I was like, hold on a minute. I looked at the right shoe and it was what I intended to wear. Then I looked at the left shoe and it was red. And I said, hold on a minute. Something is not right here. And I was still half asleep.
So you look down.
So you look down again.
I rarely do. I would just have gone. So then part of me said, you know what? Just do
Just
them.
go.
Like that. What is it?
Kwani?
Set a fashion trend.
Fashion statement.
Shoes are yours.
Shoes
Legs are yours.
Colors are great.
Feet are yours. Kila kitu.
Nobody would probably have noticed anyway.
But there are different types of shoes.
No, same shoe,
Oh,
but different
Just do
colors.
Then just, in fact, tomorrow do it.
The eternal question. Where
What is the problem? So I went back.
Tomorrow do it. You know, it would be something, it would be odd if it was different types of shoes. So someone would be like, ai, lakini
No,
hata
this
kama
one.
navaa gumboot moja na sneakers ingine.
Ama umekuja kazi na slippers.
I think that's why I didn't notice, because it was same shoe.
So it fits the same.
Yeah. So I just put it on and voila. And then I was like, wait a minute. You know, it's supposed to be a brown shoe. You know, it's going with a scarf.
All right. Otherwise, City.
I'm very well, thank you, sir. Yes.
Good.
It isn't as cold today as it was yesterday.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yesterday was cold. In here, out there, everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's just cold. Very, very cold. Okay, let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. From 7 o'clock. So at 7 a.m., let's reflect what's happening in Kiambu. Kiambu, apparently the MCAs are doing the kind of thing that the MCAs in Meru are trying to do.
Good thing, good stuff.
Having
Good
a conversation with their governor.
Good stuff.
And the push and pull here, the tussle is over disbursement of bursary. Do you remember what the MCA for Meru DMK was telling us?
Yes.
We want to
Bursary
control.
is very, very, very important. Because bursary is where we connect to the people. Wana mimi nimekupatia 2,000. Nimetoa 3,000. Nimepatia 100,000.
Helps you remain king of the castle.
Yes.
In different words.
Now Kiambu MCAs are accusing their governor, who is the former senator, who has been a two-term senator, Kimani Wamatangi, of hogging the bursaries and using his foundation to distribute. They have said, pana, no way. Never ever. So yesterday they had a meeting apparently to try and resolve this particular matter before it escalates any further. But we want to have the current senator of Kiambu County, Karongo Wadhangwa, joining us at 7 o'clock to discuss these issues. So Karongo has this kind of experience. He's in the Senate today. He has been CEC in Kiambu County. He's been impeached as a CEC.
Yes.
He's been an MCA of Kiambu County. So he understands Kiambu
Very well.
very well. Very, very well. And those issues. So he'll be joining us at 7 o'clock to discuss it. Keep it here for that. At 8 o'clock, we want to discuss the state of human rights in Africa. Human Rights Watch has released an Africa report for the year, and we'll be joined by Otieno Namwaya, who is the Director, East Africa Human Rights Watch, and Karine Kaneza Nantulia, who is the Deputy Africa Director at Human Rights Watch. Both of them will be in the studio at 8 o'clock. 9 a.m. Somebody wrote an article a couple of weeks ago that was published and then has been shared on social media all over. His name is Justus Kioko. He's a financial analyst. He said, it's not because production is cheaper in Uganda that food is cheaper. Food from Uganda is cheaper. No. He says it's because the shilling, Kenya shilling, that is under pressure. And that's why it's cheaper to import food items from Uganda, which has a weaker shilling. No, I didn't get it.
No. It means... Anyway.
The Kenya shilling
See, I will tell,
is stronger.
Yes. It means Kenyan maize, if it was to be exported, would be more expensive because you peg it on the shilling, it is expensive. On the other hand, if the Uganda shilling is weaker, it means the shilling can buy more produce in Uganda. Namna hiyo tu. Yes, inakuwaga hivyo.
Huyu jamaa atakuja tu explain hiyo maneno.
Yes.
Kinaga ubaga. Yes. That is the conversation at 9 o'clock. For now, Ndu,
Yes.
tell us about COVID.
Let me tell you what's happening. 669 million is still where the global numbers are. And China is still at the forefront of making news when it comes to COVID today. Before we look at what's going on in China, let's look at what the Ministry of Health has reported. In the last 24 hours, 9 new cases of COVID tested, 9 new positive cases from a sample size of 594. That's, it's well under 1% in terms of those numbers. 6 recoveries, 0 recorded deaths, again for very many weeks running. 7 of those cases in Nairobi and 2 in Siaya. The call still remains to go get your booster shot, and we've seen that some people are trying to do that today. If you haven't gotten any at all, it might be a good idea for you to go and get vaccinated. Ministry of Health continues to call for that. China has now halted travel visas for South Korea and Japan over COVID curbs. Beijing is suspending the issuing of visas for South Korean and Japanese nationals in an apparent retaliation to COVID-19 restrictions imposed on Chinese travelers. So, do me, I do you. That's kind of like what's going on now. They've suspended short-term visas for South Korean and Japanese nationals. Its embassies in Seoul and Tokyo said on Tuesday in an apparent retaliation against COVID-19 restrictions imposed on Chinese travelers in the wake of a spike in coronavirus cases in the country. Seoul and Tokyo joined more than a dozen other countries that imposed new travel curbs on arrivals from China over concerns over rising infections after Beijing changed its stringent zero-COVID policy last month following widespread protests. Beijing says the restrictions on its nationals are discriminatory and not based on science. So you want to restrict our travelers, even you can't come. Beijing's embassy in Seoul said Chinese embassies and consulates in Korea will suspend the issuance of short-term visas for Korean citizens. Until when, we do not know. But hey, we are suspending. So that's just what it is. Maybe if they remove, we also shall remove. And that's what it looks like coming out of China for today. And also, we're still looking at the spread of the, new strain of COVID-19 in the Western Hemisphere. More in the US than anywhere else continues to be a thing. That's what it looks like for COVID this morning.
Asante sana Mwada Mndu, asante sana. Tunashukuru kwa hayo machache uliyotuambia. Yes. Now let's take a break. We are live streaming the show, as you know, on SpiceFM KE on Facebook and YouTube. Are you online? If you are, please let us know where you're logged in from, and we will do like that. After we take a look at the weather forecast, we will acknowledge your presence.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
Since I'm not shipping up.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the sheep in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a sheep or a sheep goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
15 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 27 in a cloudy Nakuru at 12. It's 11 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 11. It's 25 and cloudy in Mombasa, highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 32 as well in a partly cloudy Malindi at 25. It's 19 and clear in Kisumu, going to highs of 28 today, and we'll see highs of 30 in Kakamega, where it's currently cloudy at 15. Out in Kampala, partly cloudy conditions at 16, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 31 in a clear Dar es Salaam at 25. It's 18 and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 29 and lows of 14, while we'll see clear conditions at 25 in Lagos. It'll go to highs of 34. 31 will be the high in Kinshasa. It's currently partly cloudy at 23. 1 degree and partly sunny out in Beijing Wednesday afternoon, highs of 5 and lows of -5. And we'll see highs of 13 in a rainy Paris, coming down to lows of 9. 10 degrees and cloudy in London, highs of 11 and lows of 9. And Tuesday night is 4 degrees and cloudy in New York. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 6 and lows of 1.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
6, who is online?
Everybody's online. Benedict Shioso says, good morning. He's in the Situation Room with us this morning. Karibu. Miss Julia, good morning. Says, Ndu, you're lucky you didn't step out in shoes of different heels and wonder, why am I limping? Indeed. You're right. Mukundi says good morning. And Andrew Franklin is stepping out this morning for his second COVID-19 booster. Okay, another booster. Fingers crossed. For
Alrighty.
what? That you get the booster shot? What? You should be able to get it. Let us know how that
This
goes.
boosting won't end, by the way. Huh?
Oh, you boost for a while.
Fingers crossed that he gets it.
This is what I'm wondering. He says
Let us
fingers
know.
crossed. Let us know if you do get it, Andrew. All right. And where you go, actually. Oh, you said Nairobi Hospital. Okay, voila.
Okay.
Cleophas Anam says, good morning. Tuning from Nyakach sub-county. And says, good morning, T. Hatununui Woga.
Kabisa.
Sindio?
Ah, yes.
Okay. Sawa. Hii mwaka.
Hii mwaka tu.
Tusumbuliwi na mtu yoyote. All right. Good morning. The Situation Room tuning in from Mogadishu. This is my number one favorite show. It's really updating, informing what is happening back at home. Karibu Sana Hassan Asante. Eli Kibet is tuned in from Eldoret this morning. Mageto Jaja. I really like that name. I'm going to insist it's Jaja. Okay?
How is it spelled?
Jaja.
Okay.
Good morning, our Kenyan by choice. I have to tell you a story about how I'm even Kenyan by choice. That's another day. Eric should also do traffic. Umesikia?
Never ever. Never ever.
Siti Wambaje.
Okay.
What does that mean, Wambaje?
How am I Mbaje?
How body?
How you doing, Mbaje?
Precisely.
Sawa basi. He said Kisumu is cold. He said when Kisumu is cold, it's like 24 degrees.
That's cold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Robert is in Mombasa, says good morning. Hope not late. You're not late, Jane Duta. I can't tell you the number of people who called me Duta when I first came to this country. Happy New Year, CT, Eric, and Ndu. You're not late. We said we'll be saying Happy New Year till December 31st.
Yep.
Hope you guys are back to reality. Well, one would argue that every day is a different day in reality. Nico Toon, Hapa Saudi Arabia Live. Obila Wayne says, good morning. Karibu Sana. Thanks for joining us this morning. White Rhino, Jeru Munye is tuned in this morning. Okay. Good morning. I see you. I can't pronounce your name in the symbols. Bewa Charles says good morning. Itibo from Kisi County is where Ochoki is, and Henry Lisutza is tuned in as well. A number of people online this morning. Noel, Douglas, George, Rakama, Mbuchi Kiamtogo, tuned in from the United States of Utawala. Newton is also here this morning. Amimo Vin, good to have you back in the saddle. Odero Jr. is also tuned in this morning. Many of you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Karibuni sana.
Welcome everybody. Remember, this Sunday, 8 p.m, Maisha Magic Plus. That's channel number what?
168.
On DSTV. Okay. The Last Door, a new docuseries by John Allen Namu that's looking at true crime that's taken place in the country and seeking to explain it. Yep. On Sundays, 8 p.m, Maisha Magic Plus. City.
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Are we still in Lesotho?
We are.
Okay.
Ask the other question. Am I reading this particular proverb from...
Your 14.6-inch armor-plated Super AMOLED screen.
AMOLED
33%
protection.
Keeps charge for 3 days. Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra with S Pen. Are you?
That was the question.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, brother. It is the same.
Is that one?
A technological companion. Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
So what if you're not a flag?
Follow what your kin follow.
These opportunities for people to write their own proverbs, they still exist. So what we will do, once every week, it'll be a day for people to actually write their own proverbs.
You can be your own muhenga.
Yes, so like some of the proverbs people come up with. So what do you call water climbing up a hill? He said, that's a question, it's not a proverb. So anyway, etc.
Kwa hivyo unajaribu kuniambia nini?
Hapana, hiyo sio kujaribu, hiyo ni kukuambia kabisa. Nakwambia endelea hivyo.
Tunga methali yako. Hii mwaka kuna kubembelezana.
You keep changing it every day.
Mwaka. It's not for lying down anywhere.
It's not for lying down.
Nowhere. All right, let's take a look at the newspaper headlines. What's on the front pages?
Okay. On the front page of the Standard, amongst many, many things. Okay. CRE teachers are kicked out of KCSE marking. Not quite sure what that. I looked at the story, so we'll give you details about that later.
Okay.
City police under probe over forex robbery, and the funding puzzle as incomplete projects pile up. How does the government fund new projects yet existing ones remain incomplete and still retain the total resource need within the 2.2 trillion treasury ceiling? So that is the question. There's also the little headline of a deal that saved what this story is calling Wamboi Waruto. Okay. Another case has been withdrawn by the DPP. This is a case against Mary Wamboi, a close ally of the president, who was recently appointed chairperson of the Communications Authority of Kenya after she agreed with KRA on a payment plan. So we'll look at the details of that, and it's racking up in terms of numbers of the cases that have been pulled by the office of the DPP.
Okay.
Examiners have been sacked after a dispute at the KCSE marking centre over their pay. And we'll look at that as well. Education seems to be getting hit left, right, and centre.
It's hitting itself.
Safaricom makes U-turn on Bonga Points expiry plan. Titi, you should be all right now.
When what happens?
Those 65,000 Bonga points of yours, you're all right. On the front page of the Business Daily, Safaricom has reversed a plan to put an expiry date on its Bonga loyalty program that had amassed 4.5 billion shillings in liability by March 2022. So we'll explain to you as why they decided, but you're okay. Your riches in Bonga.
So for now.
Yeah, your riches in Bonga remains.
So now your wealth is intact.
Why did they begin that story in the first place?
Liability.
Liability
you don't want
what?
Things in your books popping up showing you don't know what you're doing.
Mambo ni kuongea.
But that's what I'm doing, naongea.
Because hii mambo ni kuongea, they had to start by talking so that you can
that I can also talk.
Join the conversation.
Join the conversation.
Now the conversation is
it's
continuing.
in the air. Yes. Everybody's aware of what's going on.
It's in the air, not the cloud.
Can never be accused of having not shared it publicly.
So this is public participation.
This is it. Let me tell you what's on the front page of The Nation. Ruto's education reforms headache. Experts are costing President William Ruto's administration's ambitious plan to streamline and improve the education sector at a whopping 635 billion shillings. This could prove a tall order for a government grappling with competing priorities and put the head of state's mantra of walking the talk to the tests. The project cost of interventions in the education sector for the next 5 years: number one, pay for in-service teacher training, 2 billion. Bridge the current teacher shortage of 116,000 within 2 financial years, 238 billion. Improve capacity of day schools to guarantee access to quality education, 28 billion. Establish a national skills and funding council, 275 billion. Double the school feeding allocation to cater for increased number of beneficiaries from 2 million to 4 million. Cost that at 9.5 billion shillings. Provide conditional grants to counties for school feeding to raise numbers to 8 million. 79.43 billion shillings. Total 635 billion shillings. Okay, that's a big story. Of course, they also have the story of the strike by CRE markers at St. Francis Mangu, and they were kicked out and told kwendeni. I'm talking kufanya kazi. Just go. Okay. Another headline here is a Thika-based Lesedi real estate firm leaves investors in tears. On social media, you've been seeing this whole fun stories about now it's possible to actually walk into a supermarket or into a shop and buy a DNA testing kit. And saying, wait. So
very fast.
You just buy and you go home. And by the time our watoto comes in, you're just there holding the things, the kids. Now there's clarification. This 800 bob will buy you DNA collection kit, not a test result. You still have to take that now to a lab and offer about a bit more money, about 15,000 shillings, to get the what? To get the actual test done. There's another headline in The Nation. The US of A is extending a helping hand to the Kenya police, specifically the DCI, in probing the Chiloba murder.
Okay, sorry. Nimeona mbali sana.
The US government is offering to assist Kenyan authorities with their investigations into the killing of gay rights activist Edwin Chiloba. And this is not just some small-time person who was talking. A US State Department spokesperson called for thorough and transparent investigations into the killing of the LGBTQ activist. Violence against LGBTQI plus persons, or anyone, of course, is unacceptable. But when violence stems from possible bias or stigma, it indirectly harms all members of the targeted communities. This is according to Mr. Ned Price, U.S. State Department spokesperson, at a news conference.
Can I ask a question?
Let me continue giving another quote. He continued, he said,
Yes.
We have sent our condolences to the family, to his loved ones, but also to the LGBTQI plus community in Kenya during this very difficult and trying time of mourning. There were so many in that community in Kenya who benefited from his leadership, from his visibility, from his support.
Can she now ask the question?
Ask.
When children's hands were chopped off or they were beheaded and things like this, why didn't we see the same outcry from the US State Department?
Which children?
Children last week on Friday.
I remember the two children.
There were two children who were beheaded. Then on Monday, there was another one whose hands were chopped off. Children, a viable part of the community who are being targeted, whether it's by parents or whether it's by other people of the community. Why didn't we see this outcry from the US State Department, Mr. Ned
Price?
Why don't we see this outcry at the same time? Viable members of the Kenyan community, they should not be left behind either. Why didn't we hear or see the same kind of outcry?
At the State Department, who was saying something, I am going to take the view that it is not the State Department who are issuing a statement.
Why would you want to take that view?
The problem is, unfortunately, CT,
Yes.
is that when somebody works for the US State Department and then opens his or her
and
mouth,
their job is spokesperson.
Their job is spokesperson. Unfortunately,
And they're
you must
addressing
take
a press
and they're
conference.
addressing a press conference. That the position that they are speaking from is the position of the US Department of State.
So you two have decided to gang up against me.
No, we are just a point of information.
Clarity, man, clarity.
No, this ganging up isn't a bad thing. It isn't a bad thing.
Meanwhile, police in Kenya have gone to court and they have sought for an extra 21 days to detain 5 suspects who are linked to the murder of the fashion designer and gay rights activist. The 5 suspects are Jackton Odhiambo, Dennis Litali, and 3 minors. Price said the American government is saddened over that murder and that they are extending their support.
And do I do get your point?
You get my point?
I get your point very, very clearly. And the reason why I get your point is this. The gentleman was an LGBTQ plus activist. He was a Kenyan. Okay? That's it. Kenyan. But the emphasis here seems to be that he was LGBTQ plus I.
Yes.
Okay? Now, this is where the problem arises, in my view. Because we are singling this gentleman out because of a certain social sexual preference that it is alleged he had. But it's a Kenyan who has been murdered.
There are other Kenyans who have been murdered as well. So if you're taking the position that they are viable members of the community who have been targeted, because once you say targeted, you can say targeted when a number of people have suffered the same fate. And I'm giving you another example of members of the community who have suffered ill fate in terms of murder over the last 12 months. Why has the same support not been rendered in terms of finding out who their killers are?
It is
bodies washed up.
Yes.
River Yala.
River Yala.
How many?
Many of them.
How many do we find also in our other rivers?
Yes.
This week alone.
Why has that support not been rendered as well?
You know, you cannot, it is not possible to find ample justification or even a sliver of justification to condone a murder. You cannot. It's a terrible, horrible thing. And it's a terrible, horrible thing if it's this individual, just as it is for every other individual who has been forced to leave this planet by the same means. Same.
Yes.
But when you single out, and the emphasis seems to be on his preference,
one must ask, what is your agenda?
You can clearly see, and this is coming from the State Department, and then you can see this. Yeah.
And when you say targeted, how many other people do we know in this country who have declared themselves to be activists for the LGBTQI plus group who have been targeted? Who? How often have we come across situations where you are told this person was attacked because of his beliefs? How? How many times has that happened in this country? So when you say targeted, what exactly do you mean?
America is trying to mainstream an issue. And they're supported by, of course, also local activists. But just like our former president and our current president have said, this is not yet an issue in Kenya.
No.
It is a non-issue. 23 minutes to 7, Kenya's biggest conversation. Time for UCT to take a break with Minute Maid. Sawa. It's for you to relax. Every time we go to a break,
I breathe.
It's a Minute Maid break.
So I take a Minute Maid sip.
Moment.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Behind every crime and murder, there's a reason and a motive. Some dark, some simple, and some unbelievably terrifying. But truth is, no one really knows what happens behind closed doors. Well, until now. I, John Allen Namu, will be opening the last door to reveal the truth behind the nation's most infamous criminal happenings in a new true crime documentary called The Last Door on Maisha Magic Plus DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 8. Join me every Sunday at 8 p.m. as we look into the heart of crime and sieve rumor from truth. Dial star 423 hash to get or stay connected to DSTV or GoTV.
Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon.
Don't live life on repeat. Enjoy your break moments with Minute Maid Delight, a treat that awakens your senses and fills you with vitality. So fill those break moments with the indulgent sensations of Minute Maid, featuring delicious mango, tropical and apple flavors. Minute Maid, filled with life.
It's building up in the city at some minutes to 7 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic that has built up now on Jogo Road, heading out into towards Kamkunji. All right, we're also seeing traffic building right around that Pangani underpass coming off of Thika Superhighway. We will see a build up coming off of Kiambu Road as well, but for now, it doesn't look too bad. You can get out into the CBD without too much of a problem. Coming out of Westlands looks good as well. Wayaki Way, James Gishuru coming in from that Lavington area, all looking good for now. We'll see what happens in a short while. Your bypasses are looking pretty good. Eastern, Southern, Northern. Everybody is moving along really well. Gong Road heading into Haile Selassie in the middle of the city. Also moving smoothly. Let's keep an eye on things, guys. What's happening in your neck of the woods? Let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
20 minutes to 7.
Okay, so let me tell you.
A story.
DPP sees the light and frees Father Frieda in the 153 criminal case. You know, in fine form, the DPP is, everybody out. Some 25 years ago, a noble idea between a Catholic priest and nuns sprung up after a team they had sent to a hospital in Tigoni in Kiambu County ruled out a possibility of a takeover. The Consolata sisters had implored their colleagues, the Assumption Sisters of Nairobi, to run Nazareth Hospital. But the team that had been sent there felt that Kiambu people are rich and therefore could not fulfill the nuns' aim of treating the poor. Okay? It is about this that St. Mary's Hospital it is out of this rather that St. Mary's Hospital came about. You know the famous St. Mary's Hospital?
Yep.
From
in
court,
Langata.
In Langata. From court proceedings, the priest who doubles as a doctor treated the Assumption Sisters of Nairobi whenever they were sick.
Okay.
That was when the calling and God's love could join them at the hip.
Okay.
However, years later, the heavenly call between American priest William Charles Frieder, Sister Maria Felix Mwekali, and the superior at the Assumption Sisters group, as well as Sister Marie Therese, among others, turned into earthly battles. So it was...
You moved from heaven to earth.
Thank you.
Okay.
Although they all belonged to the Catholic Church, the nuns managed to edge the priest out of St. Mary's and went ahead to press criminal charges against him for 153 million shillings. You've been treating us, but now we see that there's something going on here. We don't like it. He faced 5 charges: conspiracy to commit a felony, money laundering, forgery, uttering a false document, and conspiracy to defraud. The criminal claim was that on September 17, 2013, he allegedly forged papers to change the signatories of St. Mary's Hospital account at Prime Bank, and between December 20, 2017 and January 28 conspired to steal 153 million shillings together with others, not before the court. Witnesses in the case where the same sisters he had started St. Mary's, Mwekali, was witness number 1. She narrated that she joined the sisters in 1997 and she's a superior at the congregation. The court heard that the general council also elected her as a trustee. According to her, the sisters of the consulate, or rather of the consolata, approached them to take over Nazareth.
Okay.
It is at that time that she met with Frieder, the priest, who allegedly introduced himself as Mary Knoll. Mary Knoll is a Catholic society whose focus is overseas missions in East Africa, the US, Latin America. The sister testified that the priest requested to work with them at Nazareth, something which they agreed to after consulting the council and then the area bishop, Ndingi Mwananzeki. However, the Nazareth option did not work out. They sent some sisters to the hospital to work there. The general council said Kiambu had many rich people, so obviously it was not going to happen, and that is how St. Mary's came about. She asserted that the father came looking for them. Nevertheless, the man was handy as he treated 6 sisters at St. Mary's. She says she remembers him coming to the house. They gave him a place to stay where he could prepare for the hospital project. He never paid anything but took care of the sisters as a doctor. He helped them look for necessary things for the hospital. From her testimony, it appears that the split between the sisters and the priest started after he allegedly wrote a manual called Catholic Mission Hospital. She said they felt betrayed by Frieder's claim that he was the founder of St. Mary's, when it was actually all of them. At the same time...
It was actually the sisters.
It was the sisters.
They just brought him on board too.
They brought him on board since he was, he could treat. He was a doctor.
Right.
But it was their idea to move it from Kiambu to
Langata.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, they said they felt betrayed. At the same time, she said the document had things that were unpleasant to their eyes. We thought we were betrayed by the statement on the founder of St. Mary's Mission Hospital. He was not. The document has things we do not like. Other witnesses were Sister Benedicta Kainda, Teresia Malinda, Jane Mungai, and a Sister Ramaswang. Malinda was a signatory to the account, but she did not know how the signatories were changed in 2011. Meanwhile, Esther Mwangi's account was frozen. She happens to be Frieder's lawyer, and she was charged in court. And the court found that investigators were maliciously dragging the advocate into the saga. So now, after all of this, the lawyer for Frieder happens to be one Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi. And in his submissions to the DPP, he asked that the charges be withdrawn because now that has happened. The DPP has seen the light. And he said powerful forces were exerting pressure to have the priest on the dock accused of being a criminal. The case was in court, according to Ahmed Nasir, because of certain powers to have the priest maliciously prosecuted. This is a sign that such cases should not come to court if driven by other cases. For 5 years, 6 charges were hanged on the priest's shoulders. At the same time, a red alert had also been raised against him. And the DPP has now said this battle is a civil one. So the man is free
of the criminal charges. Man, like, this story has just been one very sad story. Okay, if you just look at it and you follow it. So that whole wrangle over control, they claim that he changed the signatories. That means he was now running the hospital as if it's his. He claims, you know what, look guys, from the very beginning I was involved in the founding of this hospital. I was there. I worked in the hospital for all these years. You ask yourself, was there no possibility of actually insisting by the top clergy of the Catholic Church in Kenya to have this matter resolved without having to drag into court
and place criminal charges on this man?
Because they're all Catholic.
Yes.
Ay, buena.
You know, there's a green-eyed monster.
Yeah.
Okay. That has something called purchasing power. Could it be at the very heart of this matter? Because I have found that whenever something that on the face of it you wonder, but this is something that could have been resolved in so many other ways.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yet it's taken a path that it need not take. So you wonder, what really is the problem here? We can talk ownership, we can talk control, but at the end of it, it's money.
Yeah.
But isn't this what has happened here as well? Because before that, it was treatment. People would go into hospital. Father Friday would treat them, blah, blah, blah. But when the introduction of money came in, things now...
The issue comes into, okay, so the Sisters of Assumption are the ones who are looking for a hospital somewhere to run. Blah. The impact of it is that it has negatively affected St. Mary's Hospital and the good job that St. Mary's Hospital
has done a fantastic job for a very long time.
Yes.
Given when it started, and given the area where it's nestled, you know, it provided a really, how many times have I said really?
Many,
4.
but add some 2
yes,
more.
really useful, beneficial service.
Yeah.
Inua Jamii. You all know about Inua Jamii?
This is the money to the pesa ya wazee.
Yes. There is good news here. And I'm going to read the good news.
Here we go.
All right. Social Protection Principal Secretary Joseph Motari yesterday, as in Tuesday, supervised the payment of Inua Jamii funds to beneficiaries in Kajiado.
Okay.
That was just for example. There's a story after that.
Okay.
The government has released, wait for it, 8.6 billion for the program targeting 1,072,226 beneficiaries across the country of Kenya.
8,000 per person.
You have done the maths so very well. See, quickly, people who passed maths.
Chop.
Yes, quickly, 8,000 per person. All right. The ministry has released a further, meaning in addition to that one. Okay. 11.2 million for nutrition improvement through cash and health education, NICHE, which is a complementary program, reads the statement.
People have money. I thought there was only 94 bob in the account.
94 bob
That was
at
then.
that part.
We have collected some more.
Yes.
Okay.
Do.
Sir?
Can I just digress briefly for 1 minute just to answer your question?
Kidogo. I'm just giving you like this leeway.
The government collects money on a daily basis, minute by minute, second by second.
Okay.
Very simply, look at the number of petrol stations we have on the increase and look at the times when they're empty. They are never empty.
They're never empty.
That, for example, is government collecting money.
Between here and the interchange at Athi River, there are 21 petrol stations.
I think I've rested my case. I will continue.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
For real. I managed to count them sometimes during this holiday. And yes, indeed they are.
Yeah.
And I waited to see an empty one. There were always some vehicles in those stations.
So I can understand now where money is coming from.
Precisely. The cash transfer program is aimed at supporting the most vulnerable members of the community by providing them with a stipend to cushion them from poverty and hunger to improve their lives. Okay?
It's very good.
Orphans and vulnerable children, older persons, and those with severe cases of disability are targeted in the program. Let me repeat. Orphans and vulnerable children, older persons, and those with severe cases of disability are targeted in the program. The NICHE program is implemented in the Asal counties of Kitui, Kilifi, Marsabit, Turkana, and West Pokot. It targets Inua Jamii, and the Hunger Safety Program. Man, these programs are many. HSNP beneficiaries, households with children under 2 years old and pregnant mothers. See, program exists.
It does.
Program exists.
It's been there for a while.
Man, it has been there for a long while. A household with one child under 24 months or pregnant mother receives a minimum of 500 shillings per month, while that with more, that is a mother with more than one child under 24 months and or more than one pregnant mother gets a maximum of 1,000 shillings monthly. The statement the Cabinet Secretary Bore read. 8,656 beneficiaries will comprise 4,549 and 4,116 Inua Jamii and HSNP beneficiaries, respectively.
Yeah.
The government, lastly, has contracted several banks to help with this. The banks are as follows, and I read. Cooperative Bank, Equity, KCB, KWFT, National Bank, and Post Bank.
It's good.
This is very good.
Now, the thing that the government ought to be doing is not wait for it. The whole idea of this cash transfer program and the nutrition support is to make sure that those elderly people and those vulnerable communities continue receiving support. You're sending 8,000 now. When is the last time that they received money?
And when will be the next
Last
time they
year.
will receive
Can
it?
I answer your question briefly? This money is for July, August, and September of last year.
Of
just so
2022.
that we understand.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
That means that the last time money was disbursed was June 2022. Now, it beats the purpose.
Yes.
You ought to make sure that these people are receiving
It's
their
timely.
money. Yeah.
Is it also
And in
possible?
fact, pay in advance.
Thank you. Took it out of my mouth. It's not possible to say quarterly
For the next quarter.
This is your money.
Yeah.
So you never actually lack.
So we'll see you again in 3 months.
But it would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Not paying in arrears, man.
No, come on.
That's not the whole purpose of this thing.
And Inua Jamii it's a regularity, isn't it? It's supposed to be with regularity.
Yeah.
That monthly, this
Yep.
will be a
2,000
monthly
a month.
stipend, 2,000. So you're giving people 2,000 shillings a month. Come on, man. You can do better than in January.
Are we
paying
talking
them for
about
July,
8 billion?
August, September?
Yeah,
Hey.
it's 2 billion. That's what you're looking at.
It is actually 2 billion.
Just do 2 billion a month. How much are you? That's what Uhuru was telling us we're losing per day.
Per day.
Seal that loophole and put your people. Elfu mbili. Elfu mbili. The Nairobi City County is not a story. It's a full-page advert by the Nairobi City County. They're advertising a new payment portal, nairobiservices.go.ke. They say it's now easy to make payments for services in Nairobi City County using the Nairobi e-Services Nairobi Pay portal. Just visit the portal, or you can dial *647# and follow the steps. Let's make Nairobi work. Now, I look at this and I'm like, when NMS came in, they came up with their own portal.
Of course.
When Kidero was there, he came up with a portal. Sonko had a portal. Now, this is a Sakaja portal, which has been revamped, reworked, blah, 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 blah. Why do we have to have these kind of things? So you're going to renew your business permit. You have to. So where am I renewing the permit from? The other one I could.
Has an explanation been given as to why there's a new portal and yet the other portal that exists and which in our minds serve the same purpose?
Yeah.
Or perhaps we've missed the point completely.
Probably you're missing the point. We're probably missing the point. So it's been there before. I've logged in. I'm like there. So there's no data to replay, no paid bills, blah. I don't even remember. This is for individual. For non-individual. This is mambo yao. Anyway, so there's a portal. You want to pay your land rates. You want to pay for any of the services, even parking. It's nairobiservices.go.ke. I have some 3 sad stories.
Oh, no.
Please.
One is, you see that story of there's a teacher in Nyamira who disappeared on December 30th, and his body was found in a house that belongs to a nurse.
A nurse, and that whole story is being linked. Yes.
And that whole story now again is being linked somewhere. So now, apparently the man had taken a 2.8 million shillings loan just a few days before his death from a popular financial institution. Those that had signed his guarantor papers are his fellow teachers, and they're the ones who were saying, yeah, actually we had guaranteed him some loan. And now we confirmed from the family that he was applying for a 2.8 million shillings loan from that facility. Story number 1, put it on ice. This nurse that is now has not been traced since the man's body was found. The nurse apparently was known to have associated with this man for a while. They would be seen at local clubs. The man does not take alcohol. He's a good man. He only takes soda. So he'd be there in a club not taking alcohol, taking soda. As the lady takes her alcohol.
Oh, she's the one taking alcohol.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, it is said that this woman was a widow. Her husband used to work for the KDF. Husband died in service. So the woman was given some money, all right, as the dues for her husband. Part of this money she lent to this teacher, some 3 million shillings.
How much again?
3 million.
Okay.
Lent to the teacher, to the headmaster, and she wanted him to help buy a piece of land. Now, it is alleged that the man did not buy a piece of land. The man went and built some 2 houses in his home.
Oh dear.
Those that know about the houses don't know where he had gotten the money to build the houses, but they know that he built some houses at home. The woman has been following up, where is my money, where is my money, where is my money? So now the issue of the connection is what police are trying to work on. Is there a connection between the 3 million shillings that the man owed the nurse, the demand for the 3 million shillings, the 2.8 million shillings loan that he had recently taken, and the death? That is what police are working on. Story number what? Story number 2. A suspect surrendered to police yesterday after he confessed to killing a man who had allegedly snatched his girlfriend in Simatwet, Kiminini constituency, Trans Nzoia County. The man in custody is said to have been drinking alcohol with a woman at Soweto village in Moy's Bridge before she ditched him to sit on the lap of a fellow reveller and continued enjoying her drink. The suspect left the drinking den and lay in wait for the unsuspecting couple at Kaptian area. When they walked into his ambush at around 7 p.m., he stabbed the man before slitting his throat. The attacker then turned himself into the police, narrating what had occurred, and handed over a bloody knife. He was locked up awaiting to be presented in court. Now the police are saying, okay, surely, you were with the lady. She left you, she went to this other guy. Why move it to that point? A psychiatrist says, you know what, it's possible that this kind of thing could have been some depression. A Kitale-based psychiatrist, Eldoret Moi, says it's possible such a criminal act could be due to depression. Depression makes people feel as if there are no solutions to their challenges and instead feel that ending their lives or the lives of those they feel are a threat to their survival is the only solution. We are coming to the top of the hour. I'll tell you the other story, if I'm able to, at the beginning of the hour, right? It is about a man who killed his brother. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Do you know about Showmax? Showmax.com. Showmax the app. Download Showmax the app on your mobile device, on your gaming console, on your smart TV, and get to watch best entertainment on Showmax. You can binge watch series, you can binge watch movies, you can binge watch documentaries, kids programs, everything.
For as little as 300 bob.
That's where it begins. 300. And then you can now select kind of packages that you want. And you add just a bit more money. And you can actually get Showmax if you have a DSTV subscription. You can also get Showmax as well if you subscribe to it. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Police officers will no longer have to pay for their uniforms. The move comes after President William Ruto instructed the Inspector General of Police Japhet Koome to provide all officers, including the new recruits, with uniforms free of charge.
Even as we wait for the recommendations of the police task force, that these officers will get the requisite uniform, I do not expect what has been happening in the past, that these officers are asked to go and look for uniforms and buy them using their own money in all manner of places.
The president, while speaking at the Bus-out parade in Nyeri County, further said that police officers and their families will start enjoying health insurance cover from this month.
Kenyans must be proud to serve in any institution. In any case, we believe kazi ni kazi. There is absolutely no difference between what I do as president and what these officers do in their respective capacities, because we all serve the people of Kenya, and everybody must have the best opportunity.
This is Africa's fastest man. Ferdinand Omanyala was among the 2,881 recruits who graduated from Kiganjo police training. And President William Ruto says Kenya fully supports the political framework agreement signed on December 5th, 2022 between the Transitional Sovereignty Council and the civilian political actors in Sudan, reaffirming a strong commitment to peaceful future of their country. The agreement set out a foundation for broad-based consultations between the signatories and important actions that will ensure a successful transition and usher in stability for Sudan. He notes that a peaceful and secure Sudan is critical for the prosperity and stability of the Horn of Africa and the Africa continent at large. And Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has criticized the Kenya Kwanza government for allegedly harassing public servants who are members of the retired President Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Speaking in Nyahururu, Kioni claimed some administrative officers in the Mount Kenya region had been fired and others transferred. The Secretary General regretted the move, saying public officers were legally expected to serve alongside the day's government.
That some of the chiefs, assistant chiefs, even ACCs within Mount Kenya region have been suspended, some sacked, others transferred, kihorera. And we want to remind the current government that the public servants today are expected to serve the government of the day, the UDA government. Those public servants who are serving the government of the day, then the Jubilee government. To punish them today is to tell the others that they should not also be serving UDA government, because come the next government, they will be punished for having served it.
Kioni further says that the current government has promises to fulfill, including reduction of the high cost of living, among others, which must be achieved for Ruto to win the 2027 elections.
Is actually perfecting the capture, the state capture that they seem to have had a lecture on, and these are issues that will certainly make this government very unpopular. And I want to tell you, given the trade we have seen in the last 100 days now plus, this is a one-term government. I am certain the same Kenyans who put them in office are the same Kenyans who will stop them. Whether they plan to rig 2027, whether they have their brothers and sisters in the IEBC, this government will not see 2027 if they do not, if this is the trade that they have taken.
We go to Kajiado County, where an election petition lodged by Paul Karembu and Judy Naiyeyo seeking to overturn Kajiado Governor Joseph Ole Lenku's win. The court has issued far-reaching directions. In a judgment delivered through email to lawyers of both sides, Justice J.N. Mulwa ordered scrutiny and recount of all the votes cast in 16 polling stations that had been flagged by the petitioners. The court further directed a scrutiny of counterfoils of used ballot papers as well as rejected ballot papers to see whether they tally with those on record. The petitioners had told court that there was an unexplained variance in the constituency vote tallies and the county tallies for Kajiado South and Kajiado West constituencies. Now, a 2.2 billion shillings case against businesswoman Mary Wamboi and her daughter Purity Njoki has been dropped. Wamboi, who was recently appointed the chairperson of the Communications Authority of Kenya, has been battling the tax evasion case with her daughter as directors of Puma Holdings. The two were facing 8 counts of unlawfully omitting taxes between 2014 and 2016. The DPP applied to discharge them from the case over lack of evidence, and the application was granted by Magistrate Felix Kombo. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
SpiceFM. Nakuru.
Doesn't look too bad coming off the southern bypass and then getting into the city. We're looking at a bit of a hold up on Mombasa Road, and that was coming in from Mlolongo out towards the SGR, but that seems to be fizzling out. Not too much of an issue there. Into the CBDs where most of the action is happening now. Jago Road out towards Landis and then out towards the city. It's also building up on the Thika Super Highway. Heavy coming in from Allsops at that junction out towards Kasarani, and so that's moving along really slowly. The service lanes are working well for a lot of folks. Use those if you can. And then also coming off of Kiambu Road is starting to pile up. We'll probably see that going out towards Ridgeways, but for now doesn't look too bad. Let's keep an eye on things. What's happening where you are? Want to keep traffic flowing? The next couple of weeks might be cray, but for now enjoy it. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to
Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. As we talk about very many things, we also remember today being the 11th, we only have 21 days or 19 days till the schools reopen.
No, 12.
12? They're only 12
on the
days?
23rd, yes.
Or they're opening on the 23rd?
Yes.
12 days till schools reopen.
Are you feeling that pressure? Walk into any supermarket this morning, tomorrow afternoon, etc., etc. Buy yourself a tin of Kiwi black shoe polish. Once you do that, under the lid, you will find a code. You will take that code and you will dial *459 *5#. Send in that code. You win instant airtime or bundles, as well as a chance to enter into the draw, and you could win 35,000 shillings towards school fees. It'll help, won't it?
Just like that.
Like that. Step up and shine with Kiwi.
35,000 bob going towards school fees is a tidy sum of money.
Indeed it is.
It is a good amount of money. And all you need to do is buy Kiwi.
Black.
Black.
I'm going to buy brown or neutral.
Black shoe polish. That's why you'll find the code under the lid.
Yes.
Okay. We have a guest in the studio. He's a senator for Kiambu County. Before we welcome him, let him hear the day's proverb from C.T. Muga, who's reading it from his 14.6-inch screen.
Go on.
33%.
33%.
Go on.
What?
Amulet. Smash protector.
God Almighty. Did I actually say that?
What did you say? Armor platinum.
Oh, you said all those
aluminium,
words in different
it's
order.
Armor aluminium.
Yeah, aluminium. I am aware. Yes, that what stuck to your mind was it's some form of metal, isn't it?
Yes.
Aluminium.
It's aluminium. Armor aluminium.
Yes. The 33% is not the size. 33% is, as you pointed out yesterday,
that you have it.
Start again.
Should it fall and
should the one green bottle
green bottle fall off the wall,
fall.
you are protected by 33% more than if you know.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're in the country of Lesotho. Okay? Written Lesotho, but pronounced Lesotho. Right. If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes.
So if you don't follow the wind, you're not a flag.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, but
just be a truant flag. Faushikwe.
But honestly, this proverb, if you think about it, it sounds rather obvious, but I don't know. What else could you do if you're a flag beyond?
Flag.
Because, yes. What gives a flag prominence is when it flutters in the wind. When it's drooping and not fluttering in the wind, one barely pays any attention to it.
And that's the whole point.
Okay.
You want to be seen. Flutter in the wind.
Hebu jio.
Ionyeshe. Jitokeze. Simama. Mbele watu.
No, that was a Kiwi.
It's a Kiwi ad.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Senator Karongo Adhango can sing it for you. Good morning, Senator.
They have to pay me a lot of money, though.
Senator, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation again.
Asante.
Now as Senator of Kiambu County, representing the millions of people who are voters in Kiambu.
True.
Now, you know, Ndu was saying that she's been following you and she's been trying to see how do I pronounce this person's name. And you've been running some tutorials on your social media.
Yeah.
There's a tutorial on how to pronounce my name, Ndu.
Yeah.
Having followed,
yes,
now please pronounce the senator's name.
Student.
Yes.
Karogo. Karogo Thangwa.
You're doing well.
Thank you very much.
You're doing well.
Yeah. Ameshika?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's a difficult name. Even my friends used to ask me, "What's your real name?"
What
are your real names?
So we get the Karongo thing.
Yeah.
What's your name?
I get that all the time, so I understand exactly what you mean.
It sounds like a nickname. But that's my real names. My name is Karongo, and my father is Thangwa.
I love it.
Yes.
So you're Karogo
wa Thangwa. Yeah, son of.
Very good. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
You are one of those people who are actually in the Senate, and you bring in wealth of experience in matters of protecting devolution.
Right.
In 2013, you were elected as an MCA.
True.
In 2017, you were appointed as a CEC in Kiambu.
Yes.
Which year were you?
Appointed 2018.
In 2018.
Yes, at the end of 2018.
And when were you impeached?
Was I? Was I?
Okay. That was the matter before court, and that's why now you're arguing like that. So when were the county assembly members of Kiambu attempting to impeach you?
It was in 2019.
In 2019.
At the end of 2019.
At the end of 2019.
That is in October.
Okay.
Yes.
And now you are a senator.
Yes.
So you've dealt with the county assembly, you've dealt with the executive, now you're dealing with the Senate.
Yes.
Mambo ya devolution, wewe nayo same was up. In fact, group had been.
Yes. True.
Now, many things are happening. Let's first of all start with the latest, which is Kiambu County. We have seen in the news that MCAs in Kiambu County are at loggerheads with the governor. And it's with regards to very many other things. But the one that we saw in the news was one MCA saying, Mr. Governor, stop using your foundation. What exactly is happening in Kiambu? What's the matter?
You know, and first of all, I would want to thank the MCAs in Kiambu County because they did not rush to say we are going to impeach somebody. They did not say we are going to remove somebody from the office. What they wanted is to have a dialogue with the governor. And that's why they were camping in his office. And finally, he met them yesterday. But there are so many issues, and not just the Kiambu County government. Even when you remember the issue of Governor of Meru, Kawera, there was also that issue of the governor is executing his mandate through foundations. You know, before, many politicians, they do have foundations that used to help wananchi. Uko kando. But when you are voted for as a governor, I mean, the best thing is to know the government already has structures. So instead of creating your own structures, just use the laid down structures by the previous county government. So the issue is the MCAs are complaining, one, the governor is not involving them. And this one, I do not understand why a governor would not want to involve an MCA. You know, you have already been given somebody at the ward level to work with. Why bring another one? You know,
involving them in what?
You know, involving them. First of all, the MCA is the person who is closest to Wanjiku. Okay, so they understand and they know what Wanjiku is going through. So the Mwananchi, whenever they have anything, from the slightest thing of bursary, roads, even call them society or community gatherings, the MCAs are the ones that are contacted by the Mwananchi. So he must have answers. So if you go to the governor is not providing these answers, or he's providing these answers through another person, then that's why there's disconnect. And that's why there will be an issue. Because if you are... I experienced that myself when I was an MCA, as you said, between 2013 and 2017, whereby I'll be in the assembly doing my business. Then I hear the governor is at my ward issuing bursary. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But at least I involve me in that kind of process. So that is the issue. And if the governor is not learning from the first governor of Kiambu County, the second one, at least learn from the third one, you know, that if you bypass an MCA, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult.
This bursary issue seems to be a bone of contention, especially then when we're looking at whatever squabbles or power struggles there are between MCAs and governors. But the bursary issue is a big deal. Why?
First of all, I have a problem with the whole process of issuing bursary, because I ask myself, and that's why we are now in government, because we have to change a few things. Because I ask myself, why does the government give you money to pay government? you know, that is something that we need to discuss, but it's an emotive issue, because
in an era of free education.
Yeah, because if instead of giving me money to go pay you, just make secondary education free for all. So those are some of the things that we will be discussing, or it's on the table as we speak. But issuing bursary, the way our politics is wired, people will ask you, what have you done for me? I have voted for you. What have you done for me? What have you done, at least for the society? So if I did not participate in issuing bursary, people will say, you are not there when it was issued. So you are not doing anything.
It's a tool for relevance and expedience.
We can say that. Politically, it gives people political mileage.
Yeah.
And that's why even the MPs are fighting for CDF and all that, because that is when you have the contact with Mwananchi. And the current Mwananchi, they measure your work through what they see, you know, because I'm a legislature. My work is to work in parliament. Oversight, I have to ask the questions to the government, and representation, now just amplify their voices. But the Mwananchi will ask you, okay, what have you done? Which school have you built? Which classes have you refurbished, or something like that? How many people did you give bursary? How many people did you even employ? You know, so that is how politics in Kenya are wired. But until we change that, this issue will always be coming. Yes.
Mheshimiwa, do I hear you to be saying that if the issues that keep coming up with regards to schools were taken care of by the government,
yes,
if issues that relate to healthcare and health services were again taken care of by the government,
yes,
that the expectation of the Mwananchi to actually have their locally elected leaders to look into these matters would actually cease.
Yes, that's true.
So the focus would now be different.
Focus will be different, and I can give you a very good example of the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund, the way it was made, it has removed the politicians from, you know, disbursing or giving out this money.
Yes.
So it is the Mwananchi and your phone. Okay. Initially, there was Uwezo, there was a youth fund, women fund. Yes. Even in Kiambu, they had theirs called Jijenge Fund. And the politicians were supposed to go now to the village and tell people, you know, you're using it as going to the people to tell them, come for this.
It's a vehicle.
Yeah. So, but now Hustler Fund comes. You don't hear anybody complaining. It's you and your phone and your government. It's not that Mheshimiwa Fulani hatupati. So if politicians, we can all understand, if we automate or we use technology in some of these things, it's going to be very easy. I don't have to go to Mheshimiwa to get bursary. I can only apply to the government through the government offices. And because you asked about bursary, the MCA gives bursary. That is the governor and the MCA. The MP gives bursary.
Yep.
The president gives bursary.
Yep.
Or other corporate entities.
Governor.
Yeah, even governor gives
governor
bursary.
has a bursary.
All the other corporate, like Equity, Wings to Fly, all those banks and all that. Now, look at all those people. Whom do they give bursary to?
Same child.
The same child. Because when you go to the village, those people who are wale wamevuta aerial, they understand what
Those
is
are the
happening.
ones who know how
so
to
they
apply.
will apply to the MCA, apply to the MP, apply to Wings to Fly. Yes.
Yeah.
And since they are the opinion shapers in that area, every politician will give them. So that child has surplus, even in school. They even organize with the head teachers. No, nimelipiwa mingi, hii ingine overflow kwa huyu mwingine. So, if we automate this, just like the Hustler Fund, I think all these problems of you are not involving me, I'm the one to dish out this money, because some use it for political mileage. I mean, why would you give somebody 1,000 as bursary?
Yeah.
You know, or 2,000? If we're trying to help people, I mean, go to the vulnerable.
Right.
You cannot say that you're vulnerable today and you're not tomorrow. I mean, there's a duration.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the issues that are currently facing Kiambu County between the members of the county assembly and the governor's office, would you then say, if this issue of automation of these processes, so let's say because we've argued that before, we said, look, you have so many, from the president to the MCA, everybody's dishing out something. So if you consolidate all of that, if it was necessary to do, that would be one way to, just stop all this drama.
Yes.
But if that is the bone of contention between MCAs and the governor, if you automated this thing, would that solve the problems that we are seeing that are burning at Kiambu at the moment?
Yes, of course. Automation is more of transparency. It also gives information. And when you withhold any information to a politician, that is a recipe for disaster. Because it seems you're doing something. You're hiding. Why are you hiding this information? So if it is automated, believe you me, one, the MCA will understand what is happening. His work will be, go to this platform and do this, go and apply. So you actually send the task to Mwananchi. Because you see the current way things are done, Mwananchi comes to you, tells all the problem, you have even to think for them, per se, I can say that. But if you tell them, hey, this is how it's supposed to be done, take an initiative. So automation, I believe, is going to help so many things. And I can give an example of Dubai. You know, Dubai, they have a ministry for happiness. Yeah, they actually have a minister, all right? And I was asking one of people there, I mean, what does he do, this minister? I mean, of course, they say it's not cracking jokes or something like that. But what they do is to have collect information in government offices from the Mwananchi. Were you happy? I mean, were you served well? When you go to the bank, they ask you, rate me. Click this simile, this happy face or the, So all government entities and offices, they have that button somewhere. After you serve me, I have to click it. So it goes all the way to the ministry to know who is happy, who is working well, and all that. So automation, of course, will always help.
So then the MCAs do not have a problem with Governor Wamatangi?
There is
as an individual?
No. They don't have a problem as an individual. They only have a problem with the way he works. Okay? And he's a former senator. Probably. And that's why for me, I've never said anything as to his leadership style, because I know you need to adjust. The Senate, the way things are done is different.
Right.
We have committee meetings. You give your problem to somebody else to solve them. Okay? You highlight them, this is a problem, and then you tell that person to fix it. But when you become a governor, you are the fixer.
It's you.
Yeah, it's you. You have to fix it. So if he has not, moved from the senator to the governor, I mean, that will be the problem.
He'll have issues.
Yeah.
However, MCAs also need to be reined in, and maybe that's where the question would come. Because why is it that you have to arm twist a governor? Look, the governor has offices all the way to the ward level. There's a ward admin. That is the representative of the governor at the ward level.
Yes.
And that is the representative of the executive at the ward level. If this is an executive program of disbursement of of bursaries or collecting of views for, policy implementation and such. Why does the MCA have to insist that you have to use me? Find your own structure and work with your structure and bring your issues to the county assembly and raise questions and ask me questions and ask me to implement. But I also have my officer on the ground, a ward admin.
Yes. And this goes back to when we were campaigning. You campaign as a team, work as a team. You cannot say I was telling people to vote for you, but when you get in office, you tell me, hey, I'm elected. Just do your work, I do my work. All right? As much as I have a legal mandate of oversight to the governor, there's also a moral mandate. I told people to vote for him. So if he doesn't perform, I'm equally to blame. So even if the governor has an officer at the ward level, we are not saying the MCA want to do the road, literally. I want to have a grader. I'm the one who is, grading the roads. No. All I want to know, you're coming to my ward. Yes. I passed this money or I budgeted for this road. True. You did the tendering. I want to know the process because I want to know how much is this road costing.
But all
so that I can do the oversight.
Possible in the county assembly. That is actually the job that you do in the county assembly. In the county assembly, you seek to understand.
Yes.
How are you? First of all, I am the one who's going to approve your budget.
Yes.
And I want to see how much money have you allocated for that road in my ward. After I know that there's a road in my ward that's been allocated for X amount of money, then I'll follow up and see the advertisement for the tenders, the award for the tenders, the progress implementation. Why does the MCA want to be involved at the point of tendering and all those other things?
Not being involved at the point of tendering. All the MCA want is information. Because let me tell you, we are in a world that Mwananchi want to know what you're doing, what you're planning. So if you do not even have the information to give that information, to pass it across to Mwananchi, then you're irrelevant. So if I don't know when the road is going to be done, then the governor uses another politician in my village or in my ward who has more information than the MCA, telling them, I'm coming to make this road.
What would be the reason? And that's what I'm really trying to get to here. Why would... even we saw the examples in Meru. Why would the governor use somebody else when there are MCAs who've been duly elected for this representation role? Why would he go pick somebody else to go with him to view projects around the county?
I think there are two things here. There are two reasons I can think of. One is that the governor is afraid of empowering the MCA. He thinks that person, if I empower him, he will be taking over from me, or he'll be, he's just afraid. There are those people who do not understand, empowering and mentoring a leader. You don't know about tomorrow, So that is one reason. Two, the governor or those governors are making their structures for the next election. Okay? And that's why some of them are using the foundations. Because if you employ so many people in the foundation, it's like having a parallel government. Okay? So they're trying to make it's a campaign tool for the next election. But the MCAs understand that. They can see. They can see.
And I think that's where the issue is. It's it's competition for who has a better grassroots mobilization.
True.
Because even as the MCA, we hosted the DMK, the MCA minority whip from Meru County.
Yes.
And it's the same kind of explanation that he was giving. And if you think about it, it's like the MCA also wants to be able to, for example, it's a bursary. He is the one who's involved in the forming of the bursary committee.
Yeah.
And that ward development chairperson, maybe the ward development fund, the ward development chairperson, he's establishing his own networks. So that then he has people in every village who will go and say, yes, you see our MCA, you see that road, it's him. You see that school, it's him. You see that ECD, it's him. You see the bursaries that went to all these children in these schools, it's this. It's the same thing that it's those two politicians basically trying to establish a network and fighting over who has the right to establish a better network.
But there's something worse than that. And what is worse is this in my mind. It's like whether it is the MCA, whether it is the governors, the people we're discussing, and whether it is the senators, it's like there is at our fingertips and available to us other mechanisms that we can ensure these bursaries get paid without necessarily issuing a check physically. The MCAs can pass laws. It's one of the things that they can do even within the assembly. These mechanisms for doing things, they can go about it now. You are a senator.
Yes.
One of the things that you people also do is something similar.
Yes.
Okay? Now, if we removed the current methods that we have, which is really very basic, where I, as a person, goes and gives checks to individuals so that it is seen that I'm the one giving it. If we instead had a system that achieves the same thing, would this then not remove this back and forth and back and forth? But I'm saying, and why I called it worse, the very politicians who could do this are the ones who are entrenching this particular process.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. But like in the case of Kiambu, there is an education act, bursary act, and it actually explains well how you form these committees at the ward level. They must have a chairman who are, given that positions competitively. And it is the work of the governor. There is no problem. Because the law says it's the governor to go and form these committees. But it must be competitive, meaning must be advertised, there must be interviews and all that. But as I said, the society that we represent, they want to know you're doing something.
They want to see tangible.
They want to see you. They say, we even have a bursary committee, na mheshimiwa wetu hakuweka hata mtu mmoja. So the issue is that, and that's why we're talking about the automation or coming up with a different way of disbursing this kind of monies, is to solve all those things. Myself, at the ward level, I had no issue. Whoever you put there, he comes from there. He comes from that ward. Just put whoever you're going to put in there.
Yeah.
As long as you don't bring somebody from a different ward, that's no problem. But there are those who feel that this should be done through them, through their hands. He must go to a church and you say, mnajua, mimi ndio nilipatia huyo chairman, apigiwe makofi, na mambo iendelee.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing happening anyway, even at national level. We have a very good person in this ministry, and I had to play a hand in getting them there. He's a very good man.
Yeah.
It's 27 minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The Senator for Kiambu County, the Honorable Karongo Athangwa, is our guest this morning. We're talking about the relationship between County Assembly, the Governor's Office, the Senate, and also the National Assembly. What is the relationship between all those politicians? We're seeing friction. We saw friction in Meru, led to the impeachment by the County Assembly. It was not sanctioned by the Senate. We are seeing issues in Kiambu County. The governor of Kiambu County has met with the MCAs of Kiambu, and they're saying, okay, let's talk. Let's understand one another and move on. Let's take a break. It's a Minute-Maid break. Karongo, when you are busy in the Senate, for example, now you're working like 17 hours a day, or was it 20 hours a day when you're doing the impeachment, and you're just feeling tired, take a break, take some Minute-Maid. It's some time for you to refresh yourself, relax, rejuvenate, and then you come back with life. At any moment when you're feeling, just do a and sip. Sawa, 26 to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We're bringing the heat this festive season. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. With the hottest content this holiday. I'm telling you, have a Showmax festive. Subscribe at showmax.com.
Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon.
Don't live life on repeat. Enjoy your break moments with Minute Maid Delight, a treat that awakens your senses and fills you with vitality. So fill those break moments with the indulgent sensations of Minute Maid, featuring delicious mango, tropical and apple flavors. Minute Maid, filled with life.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 15, highs of 26. We'll see highs of 28. In a sunny Nakuru at 12, and it's 10 degrees and partly sunny in Nyeri, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 25. In a sunny Eldoret at 13, it's 26 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 32, and highs of 32 as well in Malindi, where the sun is up at 26. It's 8 degrees and cloudy in Kampala, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 32 in Dar es Salaam, where it was partly sunny with chance of rain later. 18 and partly sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 34 in a clear Lagos at 12. 23, partly cloudy conditions, going to highs of 33 and lows of 23 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, a little bit of traffic on North Airport Road is connecting with Outer Ring and a northerly direction of traffic as you're heading out to touch from Juja Road and also Manyanja Road, which is just further ahead. The southern bypass has a little bit of a hold up, and not quite sure what is causing that, but we'll look into those details. Share if you do, as you're connecting then with Langata Road. All right, looking at other parts of the city, there's traffic coming in from the Thika Superhighway. It's getting heavier and heavier by the hour, and there's also some on Kiambu Road, which is not about to let up, but it will in a short while. Limuru is heavy. Those who decided to take Muthaiga Road and then join with Kiambu Road, well, good on you. And you're not stuck on what's going on with Limuru Road, at least not for now. But remember this, traffic coming off of Kiambu Road as well. All right, Gong Road looking pretty busy. It's going to connect with the city, and we're also looking at traffic coming out of Lavington. So that's what it looks like for now. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving either way.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Conversation continues with the Honorable Karongo Wadangwa, Senator, Kiambu County, talking about how the relationship between all these various arms and departments of government, a county executive, county assembly, the Senate, and then there are elected members of the National Assembly. So what we are seeing, for example, now happening is the national leadership of the country. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is meeting with the various leaders from Meru to try and bring some semblance of peace in Meru. He has met with elected members of parliament and the senator. He has met with the MCAs. He's due to meet with the governor to bring them to work together. Must these people work together?
Of course, there are laid down measures or processes of how everybody is supposed to work. You know, the executive is a different arm of government, the legislation a different arm of government. Working together does not necessarily mean you are together, literally. But all that is required is, as you execute your mandate, you respect other leaders. And I'm really happy that the Deputy President has taken it upon himself to talk to these leaders who are having wrangles here and there. Because, as I said earlier, we are also to blame because we told people vote for these people. So if we vote for you, it doesn't mean that we stop there. Whenever we see there's a problem, now we have to come and tell you, hey, man, we voted for you, we asked people. And that's why he was even asking the governor of Nairobi. Yeah, we told people to vote for you. So you cannot just tell us that we cannot question you. Okay? So this one is something that has never been done in this country.
Right.
Because if you look previously, there was Governor Waititu, there was Governor Sonko, and actually, the parties that really campaign for these people are the one who are kicking them out. So morally, you were to ask them, you told us to vote for this person. So even you could have done your due diligence.
You have a responsibility.
Yes, there's a responsibility. So I'm glad that the Deputy President has met with leaders in Meru. And I can tell you the atmosphere has changed. Of course, they're going to work together. And if you remember very well, when the governor was at the Senate, he said the issue was the word fund. What is the word fund? You know, word fund as it is, the name fund already is an issue when it comes to legal, the way things are done. And that's why even CDF has had problems.
Yep.
So the question we should ask ourselves, if an MP is fighting for CDF, what's wrong with the MCA having a WDF?
Okay.
All right? If at all, we really want to nurture even this leadership. And I can tell any governor for free, from the experience that I've had as an MCA and as an executive, if you want peace with the MCAs, let's have that ward development. Don't call it fund. You can call it equitable distribution of resources or development to the ward. You say every ward, I'm giving 20 or 30 or 40 million for development. Then you leave the MCAs with the people to propose the projects that they want to do. At that particular time, when the MCA is doing that, he already know we have 40 million. But today, the MCA cannot do that. He cannot say, which road do you want? Because he doesn't know whether the governor will prioritize that. So the issue is, let the MC, because he's an elected leader, why were we electing them? Why were we electing MPs, even senators? So the issue is that, and we are doing that at the Senate, we are coming up with that law. We are drafting the bill to make sure at least the money for development that the county budgets for, a certain percentage must be given to the ward. Development money. So that the governor can, maybe you can say 40% to be divided equally per ward. Then the other percentage, now the governor can do flagship programs, the big programs. So for us...
So you're saying it's important. It's important to factor in the fact that the MCA, as an elected representative of the people, will be asked those questions by the people. What have you done?
Yes.
And you need to then support them in saying what they've done.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it the same logic being used for the Senate Oversight Fund?
For us, it's a bit different. It's a bit different when it comes to doing oversight, because what is oversight? And this is where people get lost. You see, sometimes we wait for the Auditor General to do his audits, and then he gives us the report. That is the way the structures are wired. So we are at the mercy of the Auditor General. If he brings a report, says the governor has stolen, now we pick it up there to start summoning the governor and asking. Maybe the governor was not in good terms with the Auditor General. Maybe those who are in good terms, because you see, when they do the auditing, when the Auditor General do the auditing, they first of all give a management letter to the county governor for him or her to see all the mistakes. And then that is the final letter for them to rectify. So the governor will say, oh, if this goes to the Senate, I'm done. So calls the Auditor General. And that's why all the reports for the Auditor General are the same, because they use a template. Look at all the water companies in our counties. All their reports are the same. If you read the Kiambu Water Company and you read Nairobi Water Company, those audit reports, you can even pick word per word, you know? So the senator is only waiting to be told by the Auditor General. So that's why we need an office. I can initiate the process myself. Of oversighting the county government. I see probably the governor has maybe launched a stadium, is building, groundbreaking and all that. Within that period of groundbreaking, I can initiate as a senator through the office, through those auditors in my office, through those people who understand procurement procedures and all that, so that we curb stealing at the beginning. We don't have to wait for a whole year when the governor has stolen, has talked to the Auditor General, has managed the outcome. Then we come and ask a question later on. So the oversight fund, and that's why we are not asking a development fund, because we understand the development is the prerogative of the executive. We only need, and the reason why they are calling, I was actually telling them the other day, my colleagues, that we shouldn't even call it fund, because that is the issue. Because wananchi akisikia tena nimepatiwa pesa ya oversight, Ataniuliza pesa yangu ya oversight iko wapi? Yangu iko wapi? All we want is working offices.
Sure.
Yes.
Looking at it from the point, okay, so from the county assembly you've been a part of, so you get it. It does seem an awful lot like this whole impeachment threat is used against governors. It just looks as though, look, I'm sure we could pinpoint other counties through the country where this might be happening. Is it then used as a threat to then be able to get the governor to toe the particular line that MCAs are looking for, like, do this, or, we will then bring impeachment proceedings against you? It does seem an awful lot like that. Whereas this side, which has been proven through history to be able to work, where people actually sit down and iron out whatever issues need to be ironed out. Because remember, at the end of the day, that the governor is the county boss. Sorting out issues and managerial and administration for the county. MCAs represent the people. You have no choice but to work together. It does seem as though it's being dangled. The threat often looms over the governor's head. Like, if I don't do what these guys want me to do, the threat of them getting rid of me then is very real, and it seems a bit unfair.
True, I agree with you. Sometimes the MCAs are using the impeachment card to twist the governors. And that's why when we were looking at the case of Meru, we were telling everybody, impeachment is a nuclear option. After you have tried every other thing, you cannot impeach somebody for calling you Mberwa. Mberwa is a fox. I learned that in Meru. A witness stands there and says the governor should go because he called me Mberwa. I mean, it's wrong, but it's not gross per se. There could be some other context. You cannot impeach a governor because he made you feel
a certain type of way.
Yeah. So what I would want to say, it's a political process. Sometimes it brings balances. But having gone through that process almost to the end, I do understand that myself and my conviction is that it shouldn't be and that's why I was asking the MCAs, have you brought any other motion? I mean, have you tried to bring a statement, whatever you're accusing the governor of here, have you used your assembly to bring a motion or to a statement asking these questions? Because probably if you did, then you'll even have more evidence. Yeah, because you'll be putting it on the table and say, I asked this and he gave me this. So all we have to do is to make sure that this process is not misused, impeachment. Of course, it should be there. But the county governments are young and the leaders that we elect probably not very experienced. So for us to make sure that this is not misused, we are coming up with the impeachment bill at the Senate. We are going to lay down the structures and the processes so that even if it comes to the Senate, it must be a watertight case. It must be something that when you look at it, it means this person must go. So that is what we are working on. And the question that I would want to, and the same thing has actually got into the heads of some MPs and senators. You're hearing them say, we are going to impeach the deputy president, we are going to impeach. We want to do away.
But Mheshimiwa, if you say you're coming up with some legislation regarding impeachment, don't you see that what you are then saying is that the senators are insulating themselves from impeachment as and when some of them become governors?
No, not really. Probably, it could be true, could be right. But
because you're making it very difficult to impeach.
No, you're not making it difficult.
I'm telling you how it will be seen as, not what it will be.
Okay.
Yes.
But you see, right now as it is, even the processes at the Kiambu County Assembly, the MCA can come today, we are going to impeach you, tomorrow, emotions, goes, 4 days, 5 days, the governor is gone.
Yes.
No, because you're working with emotions.
What is the threshold in terms of numbers?
Numbers sometimes don't matter.
What is the threshold?
75%.
There you go. If 75% of MCAs actually have an issue with the governor,
there's a problem.
They should raise that.
No, mob justice is illegal. Let me tell you.
And that's why there's a second tier called the Senate.
Yes.
But before it comes to the Senate, and these are recommendations that we have, the MCAs must be given some time. Okay, we are not saying don't impeach. We are not saying don't remove. But there must be time. We don't want to people the heat of the moment. You know, and you know there are so many politicians down there who are eyeing
the governor's
seat. You know, so they will actually come and oil these processes so that the governor go home and then somebody else can take over.
I almost hear you.
Go ahead. No, do.
I almost hear you saying that by the time you're going to the impeachment option, that it must be something so serious.
Yes.
That it's not just, okay, well, I woke up this morning and somebody called me a fox and I'm feeling a certain type of way. So let me go and impeach.
Yes.
It's got to be something really serious that we've all, and that there's concert of agreement.
Yes.
And we say, look, this thing is so serious that we must then go for the impeachment option, not just your run of the mill Tuesday morning, I'm feeling like this, let's go impeach. That's what I hear you saying.
You're right. It should be the nuclear option. I mean, we do have other bodies that are supposed to keep check the governance. We have the EACC. You know, we have the DCI.
Yeah.
If he commits a crime, I mean, it should be reported. Even when somebody calls you a fox, go to the police first and come with the OB. They are investigated. Don't rush to the Senate. I mean, use all the other processes that are there so that by the time we get to the removal of somebody, and you know, the law is when you look at the way it is done for impeachment, the moment you're impeached, you can never be anybody in this country. You can never be, which is actually also wrong.
No, I think that is the very purpose.
No.
Because impeachment is such a serious thing.
Yes.
That you must have a serious reason to bring it about.
Yes,
though.
so that by the time it has been determined that you will be impeached,
Yes.
it means you have abrogated, you have done so many wrong things
Yes.
that you are actually unfit for public office.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
That's why we should make that process not very easy. You know, not to wake up today and somebody, just because they don't like you or they see your star is shining, they block you
But
at the end.
let me present a different perspective here. Don't you think that even as we're having this discussion, what we're adjudicating is not what MCAs do, it's not impeachment, but it's our political processes.
Yes.
Because how do we get to a point where, as you say correctly, the governor knows that they're laid down procedures for doing certain things, and they don't? So, where's the check and balance?
Yes.
MCAs also understand that there are laid down rules that are required of them to achieve certain ends. And yet you find there are all these squabbles. Why? We are saying because the people will interpret this. How did the people get to a point where every time you mention money, they just wait for you to stop talking and say, where's mine? Okay?
Yeah.
How did we, because it's not that they got there, how did we get them there? Now, it is again, you politicians and the way you go about our politics that has brought about this same situation that we're now adjudicating.
And we're trying to cure that.
I'm telling you, I hear what you're saying, but a part of me is getting uncomfortable with trying to come up with that legislation that makes it, adds several steps to impeachment. Because if you make it more difficult to impeach, it means that the governor can now sit back arrogantly knowing you don't have a stake even in your oversight role as county assembly. You'll ask your questions. I will choose to respond to them or might choose not to respond to them.
We are not making
if we say that, the process, it's the same thing that was done with the members of parliament. The process of impeaching, of recalling an MP was made so difficult that people just said,
nobody
bothers this thing. Right? Yeah. If we make it as difficult to impeach an MCA, then you're removing a very powerful tool that the county assembly has in oversighting the executive.
No, we are not making it difficult. We are just, clearing the bushes.
For example, give an example.
For example, when the MCA comes with a motion, he must get signatures from other MCAs so that the speaker now can bring the motion on the floor of the House. When the motion is brought in the floor of the House, the governor is given an opportunity to defend himself. He's not given any document as no evidence. He's just told, you have stolen. You come and sit in the House and you listen. When the governor listens, he is given an opportunity to reply. So it is his word against their word. There is no document. Where he's accused of stealing, he cannot come and say, I did not steal. This is a document. Because he did not have his, what do you call them? When you're taken to court,
right
you first of all given your case.
Yeah.
For you now to look for a lawyer and bring evidence. So what you are saying is that at the county assembly, before you debate, form a committee. The governor should, the way we invite the governors at the Senate, the governor should be invited by the MCA. So he's not seeing, the governors right now as we speak, they see evidence for the first time at the Senate. That's what they do. They see evidence for the first time at the Senate. So we want them to see it. So that by the time he comes to the Senate, they have looked at even the MCA, some of them can say, this was just a joke. They can change their mind there. But the way it is set, when they say the governor should go, they just let it. They even say ayes and nays. Can you imagine? Somebody is saying you are a thief by voting.
By acclamation.
Yeah. without even looking at all these things. And the reason why I'm very passionate about this, and that's why when I was put in this committee, I was also on trial myself. In the Bible, there's this servant who owed the king some money. So the king decided to sell his wife, the children, and all those so that he can repay the debt. But the servant cried unto the king, and the king forgave and told him, "Go home, your money is forgiven," and all that. But on his way home, he met another guy who owed him some money, and he beat him up.
Threw him in jail.
Yeah. And then, so the king heard this story and he put him in jail. Up to today, he has never been released. So when I was put in this committee, I was like, I almost went through the same process.
You were the servant.
I was this servant, and I was forgiven, and I knew for sure whatever the MCAs were accusing, I knew for sure, I'm not defending myself, but I knew there was nothing.
No,
it was zero.
You've gone through that experience, so you understand it well.
I understand it well. So that's why we were asking those questions, so that we help the committee to make a decision. And since this one came through that way, that's why we have to come up with this law from the experience that we have had.
But there isn't a body of evidence that will support what you're doing in this sense. We have 47 counties.
Yes.
2 counties are the ones which have issues. Even if you look at the previous 5-year cycle, how many counties wanted to impeach their governor? So you have to ask, is it that there's something wrong with the MCAs in these counties, or is there something peculiar about the governor?
Or if you look at the other side, is this as posing, even if it's just 2, is it then posing as an example that others can pick up on and say, well, okay, look, if we then have a squabble with our governor, hey, guess what we can do? We can impeach. People are watching and taking as an example, okay, Meru, Kiambu, if we have a problem here, we can take the impeachment option. It's also serving as an example for other folks who think that the next thing that you can do, as opposed to sitting and sorting out issues, is go ahead and impeach.
And Senator, the truth of the matter is this. There's the sort of money that counties get. It has a dizzying effect. It's been my view, and it's still my view. Governors get there, and you can see this person is getting confused. You can actually see the things they do, the things they say. You wonder, what's happened to this person? Now, what you people are trying to cure is, in my mind, the check and balance that we actually provide so that the governor is sober. Even when they try to be a little high, they told, excuse me, yes, come back.
You're drunk. Go home.
Yes. It's the same reason why when we say that our parliament, our National Assembly has been held captive by the executive, it's for that same reason. Because part of their job is to keep the government in check. They are part of the government, but that's their role, as is your role. Now, when you find that every decision that the government wants to make, you side with the wonder, so what are these guys doing exactly?
They lose it.
Yes.
We'll keep observing, though, what happens in all these counties. Right? So we know, Meru has had an issue. Even in the Senate, during these impeachment hearings, we had Senator, was it Khalwale, who said you are getting rumors of things happening in Kisii, in Nakuru, in other counties as well. Let's hope we don't get there. But governors ought to toe the line.
That's my prayer too. But you need to understand that when these people are elected, they were never governors before. So they need some time to learn. It's like a teacher given a hospital to run. So they need to first of all understand is
why did they give the teacher the hospital run in the first place?
Because the teacher applied.
Because the teacher applied. So
wangemwambia we kwenda kwa headmaster or headmistress.
Senator Karungo, thank you very much for joining us.
Asante.
And remind you, on Sunday at 8 p.m, if you have Maisha Magic Plus, watch Jonal and Namu's new series called The Last Door. It's investigations looking at things that have happened in the country. Last Sunday, he was looking at the murder of Tekra Muigai. Next one, he'll be looking at a different case.
All right.
Sawa.
Awesome. I'll be there.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The State Department for Housing and Urban Development has committed to support counties in planning their cities and facilitating for projects that fall under its mandate. Housing PS Chelsea Hinga says the department has a direct link with counties as far as rolling out projects is concerned, reiterating the government's commitment to enhancing service delivery for Wananchi. The PS spoke in his office during a meeting with Siaya Governor James Orengo, who paid him a courtesy call. The meeting coming ahead of a planned groundbreaking ceremony for the affordable housing program in Homa Bay County, as well as the commissioning of the Homa Bay Municipal Market by President William Ruto on Friday. The president is also expected to tour Siaya County Saturday for the homecoming of ICT Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo. And the Kenya National Examination Council says that the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education marking is going on smoothly in all the 35 centers. Chairman Julius Nyabundi says despite some examiners disrupting the exercise at Mangu High School marking center, calm was restored. Nyabundi says upon consultations, they agreed to replace the chief examiner at the center as a compromise to ensure a smooth progress of the marking exercise. He added that those who demanded for the marking to be revised upwards were allowed to exit, whereas those who agreed to continue offering services under the agreed contract and the agreed fees were allowed to continue working uninterrupted. This as the secondary school teachers now want NEC to increase the rates for marking exams. Secretary General Akelo Misori said the teachers have been marking exams in distress, asking for more rates to be raised from 55 shillings to 100 shillings per script. And Kakamega Governor Fernandez Baraza has called out Senator Boni Khalwale for what he termed as interfering with MCAs. Governor Baraza asked Khalwale to focus on oversighting the county and cease from interfering with the work of the MCAs. He promised to deliver services to all Kakamega residents without discrimination. And we go to Kiambu County, where police are detaining a suspect who is accused of murdering his girlfriend's 1-year-old child. The man was arrested after surrendering to the police days after he strangled the child using shoelaces following a disagreement with his girlfriend. Neighbors say the suspect committed the offense while his girlfriend was away.
Hiyo kitendo hatukujua inaweza fika mahali ikafanyika vile ilifanyika, sababu tuliona kijana akitokelezea kwa nyumba, alikuwa amebeba stove, tukajua ametembea tu huku kwa uzuri na akaenda akachoma vitu yake huku nyuma, tukadhani hakuna kitu yenye imetendeka.
Kiambu Deputy Police Commander Mohammed Badal said that the suspect will be charged after investigations are complete.
Once we are done with the investigations, we are going to arraign him in court. Our DCI team, our able DCI team, are doing the same, so that he can face the full force of the law.
And police have arrested a man accused of planting 75 stems of bang in his farm in Kisumu, North Kitui County. The bang was confiscated while the farm owner, a 37-year-old man, was placed under police custody at Kisumu Police Station awaiting arraignment. Police Commander Nicholas Mutua says the man has been on the police radar for suspected peddling of the drug. He adds that the suspect had also been previously arrested for the same offense. Mutua says they also recovered nylon paper bags containing dry bang leaves that weighed 205 grams from under the suspect's bed. The plants of the illicit herb were uprooted and taken to the Kisumu police station as exhibit. And police in Kisumu have kicked off investigations following ugly scenes witnessed at the Huru Business Complex in Juakali area that left 3 people hospitalized with injuries. Kisumu Central Sub-County Police Commander Anthony Maina says the 3 suffered cut wounds after 2 factions disagreed over how to share spaces at the new market. Maina says police were called in to restore normalcy following the clashes at the market, which has been earmarked for more occupancy following the second phase of traders' relocation in the city. He said they have started investigations to identify those behind the attacks, adding that police will record statements from the 3 who are nursing injuries. And Mary Waigwe Mudhoni, wife of the late Francis Kiambu Kiriro, a close relative and a lawyer, are among the key persons of interest being investigated over the mysterious death of the late businessman cum politician. Kiambu is reported to have died at his home house after a disagreement with his wife over the acquisition of a multi-billion credit facility. Until 2 p.m., detectives from the DCI homicide unit were busy processing the scene where the businessman cum politician was found dead. We continue to follow up on this developing story. Be sure that we'll be bringing you the very latest in our subsequent news bulletin. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Into traffic hour proper at a few minutes after 8 o'clock. There's something amiss on the southern bypass, and there's heavy traffic trying to touch on Langata Road this morning. Not quite sure what is causing that. Shout out to us, just in case you know, so we can keep folks in a different direction. So southern bypass coming off the Likoni interchange, traffic is bumper to bumper outbound. And we're also looking at Likoni Road, Lunga, and also on Jogo Road is pretty busy. Mombasa Road heading out towards North Airport Road and then connecting with Outer Ring also has some traffic. You look on the other side of Mombasa Road going out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, that's clogged up as well. Jogo Road is crazy. Getting into the CBD via Uhuru Highway also really busy. And what's this? This is Wangari Maathai Way. Heavy traffic, then trying to get into the city Westlands is a whole total different mess, as is Kiambu Road coming off a thicker superhighway. Everywhere you look this morning seems to be jam-packed with traffic. James Gishuru also snaking along and trying to touch on Wayaki Way. Out towards Kuna Road, then you can use the Red Hill Link Road to get away from that traffic, but we're in it proper and it's a crazy Wednesday morning. Find an alternate route, let us know what might be going on in your area. Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE. On Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room,
Welcome to
the only way to start your...
This is Kenya's biggest conversation, broadcasting from Nairobi to the world. We are live on SpiceFM, live online, on YouTube and Facebook. Karibu sana, kila mtu. Ndu, It's the 11th day of January.
It is.
So therefore,
school fees is coming up in 12 days. The 12 days of school fees. Somebody come up with a song, however. Kiwi say you can step up and shine, and what you need to do is walk into any supermarket today, get a tin of the Kiwi black shoe polish. You're going to find a code under the lid. Then you're going to take your phone and you're going to dial *459*5#. Send that code to that number, follow the instructions, and then you get airtime instantly or bundles instantly, and another instantly. You get to enter the draw to win 35,000 shillings for school fees this January. Until the 7th of February, there's a winner each week. Do it, man. Step up and shine with Kiwi.
how do you get the school fees? Do they send the money to school or do they give you the money?
They send the money to school.
They don't give you?
It's for school fees.
Yeah.
You know the temptation in
But
the
I'm
91
the
days
one
of
who pays school
January.
fees,
It's okay. Now let them be the one to pay the school fees. 91 days of January, they're giving you school fees.
They can give me the money, then
What
I have a
happens if
conversation.
you win the school fees and you don't have school-going children?
You can donate it to somebody else.
What if you don't want to donate?
Then I'm sorry, we cannot help you because the money for school fees.
Okay. Ish, man, the dictatorial tone that goes with this thing. God.
You stand a higher chance of winning if you use your Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4.
I do, don't I? And I will stand an even greater chance if I use that same gadget to read the proverb.
To read the proverb. Okay. And the proverb is from the African country of Lesotho.
That's how it's pronounced. Lesotho, but pronounced Lesotho. Yes. Delightful country, that.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
And you said the capital is called what?
Maseru.
Okay.
It hasn't changed, by the way.
It's the same one.
Yesterday.
Yes.
It's still Maseru.
I mentioned this on Monday. It's still same capital.
Same.
Same.
Okay.
Proverb now.
What's a proverb?
If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you are a flag, follow the wind. Okay.
Straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah. Kabisa.
Simple.
Simbo.
Okay.
Simbo. What is a flag called in the Luo?
I don't think there is a word for it. Because the word that people use is a derivative from the Swahili word bendera.
Of bendera?
Yes.
So what is it?
It's bendera. But what do you think it was? Mandera.
So Nalu is talking about
or
bendera.
You think it is or Mandera.
Or bendera.
Or bendera.
Yeah.
I understand. So say that thing.
All right. You know, I'm going to ask you the same question.
For my language.
Yes, both of you. What do you call a flag?
In my language.
In your language. That language from the southern part of we know where.
Wait.
See?
Wait.
Go ahead. See?
Okoloto. That's flag.
What does it actually mean, Okoloto?
It actually means a flying cloth.
See? So it explains what
Okoloto is the cloth.
Yes. and the O is the wind. Okoloto. Cloth. O, wind.
You should gather yourselves.
There you get it. There's a place called Kegumo Federa.
Say no more.
I think that place called Kegumo Federa
is
because they had like a flag, maybe.
Or maybe there's a wind vane.
Or maybe those are wind vane.
Yes.
Or maybe it was the chief's or the DO's office in Kegumo. And this particular place called Kegumo Federa is where there was a flag.
Yes.
In Kigumo. We have two guests joining us in the studio this morning. We want to talk about the state of human rights in Africa. So they are from Human Rights Watch. One of them is Karine Kaneza Nantulia. She is the Deputy Director for Africa. And Otiono Namoya is the Director for East Africa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning to you.
Sana.
Asante.
I've recently learned you have to not say good morning, lady, and good morning, people.
Yes.
We're okay with ladies and
gentlemen. Good. You just can never be too sure. Thank you very much for joining us in Kenya's biggest conversation. And we want to talk about the state of human rights. Of course, I know that you periodically release a human rights report. And is a new one out?
Let me just explain a bit. The what is out is what we normally call the annual report. The annual report is basically an overview of what we have covered over the year, the previous year. But in the course of the year, we usually have fresh reports that include fresh investigations and commentaries. So the report that we have now is basically an overview of the work that we have done over the year across Africa.
Okay. So let's begin with what is Human Rights Watch? What is the organization? And when you talk about the Human Rights Watch in Africa, what is the job that Human Rights Watch does in Africa?
Human Rights Watch is an international NGO. Our work is to document human rights violations and abuses across the continent, not the continent, but across the world. We work in close to 100 countries across the world, including Kenya, where we have an office. And Kenya is basically a hub for East and Central and the Horn. And we also do advocacy once we release those kind of reports to bring governments on board and to help make the government see the reason to change or address the abuses.
So is it that you document the abuses, or do you also look at progress being made by states in advancing human rights?
That's part of the advocacy
strategy and initiatives that the organization takes. For instance, in Africa, we are working in approximately 25 countries. We have a staff of about 33 people. And in order to push for recommendations that emerge from the research that our teams carry out, we have to look at where the gaps are. And those gaps are obviously defined by the progress and lack thereof, obviously. So, yeah.
Okay. I often, these conversations, when we talk about the state of human rights on the continent and then look at specific countries, we often see that there are those who are flagged for then having not, if there's a standard that has been set, many then have not met. So what is the footprint, or what does it look like right now? What is the state of human rights according to the work that has been done over the last 12 months, for say, over the last 24 months, over the last 3 years? What does it look like? Have things improved? Have things gotten better? Is there still a clarion call for, human rights to then be regarded more by governments and people today?
I think the clarion call remains. I think in 2023, we look at an image that is mixed. There has been some progress, especially when you look at when you think of progress on justice matters and justice processes. We have countries like in Central African Republic, where there's a special criminal court that has recently indicted 3 members of a rebel group for war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in 2019. You have countries like Guinea, where there has been now official proceedings on what has been known as the Stadium Massacre of 2009. So those are positive steps taken by some governments, obviously in partnership with their partners, with international partners. However, having said that, we also see a rise in violent extremism. We see a rise in crackdowns against protesters, peaceful protesters, journalists, political opponents in different parts of the continent. And on the other hand, you also have regional mechanisms and regional processes that some governments have taken, and Kenya is actually one of them, in trying to tackle and address humanitarian and human rights crisis. A good example is obviously the increasing insecurity caused by the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel group in Eastern Congo, and Kenya is actually part of a regional initiative in trying to address that insecurity. You have, at the same time, there is a rise in disinformation and misinformation. I think you, as journalists, you can see it, I think, on social media, where you have an even a rise in hate speech, right? So it's a mixed picture. It's really a mixed picture where, for an organization like ours, the question arises in terms of where are we going to focus? What are our priorities? We work on civil and political rights. We work on economic, social, and cultural rights. But we also look at issues affecting different constituencies, like women's rights, refugee rights, etc. Namoya.
On the issue of what are the standards, the international standards, like the International Declaration on Human Rights and the covenants on human rights, which basically guide our assessment of the human rights situation in each country. Because we look at many countries outside of Africa and within Africa, the national law matters, but the national law also has to be in line with the international standards of human rights. In terms of the situation right now, normally it's difficult to talk in terms of whether the situation is getting worse or increasing or getting better. But we have serious concerns with the situation of human rights in Africa today. One is that there are a lot of human rights abuses, both in conflict situations like Ethiopia today or South Sudan to some extent, maybe Congo, but also in non-conflict situations like Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, those kind of countries, where accountability itself is a challenge. So the abuses happen, some of them or a lot of them, by state agencies, say police, and the authorities are made aware of this. Some of those reports that have been brought to the attentions of the police of the authorities are not just by Human Rights Watch, but some of them are done by state agencies themselves, like Kenya National Commission on Human Rights here, or the Uganda National Commission on Human Rights, or even the UN agencies. But once that is done, to some extent acknowledged, we don't see steps to investigate or ensure accountability for those abuses. We could discuss the details of some of the abuses.
What are some of those concerns? What are the concerns that we're talking about here?
No, go ahead.
Okay. They vary. If we go, for example, in Kenya here, we have the issue of police, extrajudicial killings here, which have been on the cards for as long as I remember. The difference in Kenya is that we have at least institutions like IPOA, which ordinarily should ensure accountability. I think the challenge we have had is that IPOA has tended to go for the low-hanging fruits, but not the really politically sensitive cases, like the 2017 killings during elections, the killings and disappearances around terrorism. But we also have countries like Uganda, where we have had people being disappeared from 2019. They're picked up in what the Ugandans call drones, basically a Toyota Hiace van, which is unmarked. You can't tell who is who. Sometimes they come in uniform, sometimes they don't come in uniform. And these people are taken to places that are unknown. Sometimes some of them who have come out have said they were taken to an island in Lake Victoria. And the numbers we are talking about are worrying. I think in 2020 and early 2021, just before the elections, people were quoting figures like 600 people have disappeared within 1 year. Initially, we thought this was linked to the elections, but then since after the elections, I think the disappearances have continued. Like in November, I think we had 5 people again picked up, and 3 have not been found, 2 have been released. One of them was actually a former presidential candidate. And that's how serious it is. In June, I think our team met President Museveni and brought these issues up, and he promised to ensure that there is investigation and follow up to ensure that some of those who have been implicated are taken into account. And the people who are being implicated are senior military staff, military officers, senior police officers, some who are known publicly. But since then, nothing has happened. And you can talk about that across Africa. If you go to South Sudan, for example, you are all aware of the war situation that has been in South Sudan since 2013. There was a peace deal in 2018. There were milestones that were supposed to be met, which included ensuring accountability for the killings that happened during that civil war. And that included setting up what was called a hybrid court. We are coming to the end of that 5-year peace deal this year in February, and the hybrid court is not in place. There was supposed to be unification the forces, the opposition force and the government forces. That hasn't happened. There was supposed to be elections after that. I don't think the situation on the ground right now allows for the elections, because there is even a possibility that we could have a breakout of another civil war within South Sudan. So the killings have happened, the attacks going on, but there has been no appetite on the part of the government to even try and investigate, even where they had the ability to do it.
You know, I have around 3 questions I want to ask, and I'm trying to figure out how to ask it. So that
go ahead.
So that it's a question. Let me start by asking, how do you go about guaranteeing that your reporting is balanced? Maybe I can explain to you why I'm asking that question. Because I was looking at East African, and there's an article that, there's a snippet of a gentleman by the name of Kenneth Roth. Okay? Now, Kenneth Roth, according to this article, it's a snippet. He said that a long-time head of the Human Rights Watch had his Harvard Fellowship offer rescinded because of the organization's criticism of Israeli policies, according to a U.S. publication. The U.S. publication is called The Sun, but it doesn't just stop there. There were criticism back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and people saying this gentleman is against the Jews, other people coming in and saying something contrary. Now, they then attach it to a program he had within Harvard that was withdrawn, and it's being stated that the reason why it was withdrawn was because of the position that he and Human Rights Watch took. Now, if I bring the situation back to, say, East and Central Africa, I look at the atrocities that are committed by either security forces at the behest of politicians and all the wrongdoings that fly in the face of any human rights position that one can take. And I'm forced to ask this question: who are the real victims here? Because we think the people who are jailed, taken to that island, are the victims. But I'm looking at the Kenyan police service, and I'm looking at the officers, and I'm looking at the conditions under which they work and the things that are perhaps demanded of them. Well, I'm asking both of you. So at some point, I'm forced to ask that question. And that's where the balance comes in. Who is the real victim here?
And I'm going to answer, I think, highlighting some aspects of our work, and then I'll let Namwaya to complete with your question on Kenya, your specific question on Kenya. I think, how do you ensure that your investigation, our research, the research is balanced, impartial? The answer is twofold. First one is we document abuses committed by government forces and non-governmental forces, all parties. On the as a side topic, the article you mentioned about Ken Roth, suffice to say that Human Rights Watch has been on record documenting abuses committed by both sides. We would just like to invite anyone to go on our website and look at our reports over the years on abuses committed by the Palestinian authorities. So that's the first part of our work. The other part is that who gives us the mandate and on whose behalf do we do our research and our advocacy? And the answer is very simple. It's really the victims. Our work, the research that our colleagues do, they interview the victims, the witnesses of these abuses, and we also give an opportunity to government, to the alleged perpetrators, to actually, through a right to reply, to actually come forward with the questions that we have. So we do talk to all parties. But at the end of the day, the most important, I think, part of our mission is to ensure that victims of abuses and serious crimes receive justice and redress. So that's what I would like to say. The other thing I wanted to raise is that in terms of the standards that you raised, we're an international human rights organization, but when we look at our work on the African continent, we have to remember, and it's something that the Africa division has been very, vocal about, is the fact that the African continent has some of the strongest legal instruments at the disposal of our leaders. We have an African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We have an African Court. We have a Constitutive Act of the African Union, which has a multiplicity of instruments and tools to actually tackle some of the worst crises that we're seeing right now. The question, I think, is why aren't these instruments deployed? And we go back to the essential issue of leadership, ethical leadership and political will of African leaders. And that's an issue that keeps coming up even as in our advocacy. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a question we get asked quite a lot by the police when we meet them. Why do you talk only about they say criminals have been killed and you don't talk about the police have been killed? Let me mention that the primary duty bearer for upholding and protecting human rights is usually government. And that is generally acknowledged. And the standard that government has for ensuring protection of human rights are the international standards that I mentioned and the national law. So the national law, the government has mechanisms which include the police for ensuring implementation of these standards. So when there is a failure on the implementation of the standards, we ask the primary duty bearer why the standards are not being implemented. So if it's about life, the standard applies across the board, whether it is the police officer or a non-police officer, the standard applies across the board. So if the government is facing a situation where their police are being killed regularly, the question then will be whether there's a problem with the training, whether there's a problem with the way they're equipped. They're not equipped well enough to be able to protect themselves against the criminals.
So how do you answer police when they ask you, how come we never see you releasing statements when police officers are killed in the line of duty, when police officers are facing all these human rights abuses, or the way the state is treating its police is not good? How do you respond to them?
I think that question, if you look at the conversation Kenya has had for the last 10, 20 years, has centered around police reforms. And the issue of police reforms is basically about proper training of the police, the ensuring police are there to follow the law, and proper equipping of the police, and ensuring basically the welfare of the police. That conversation around police reforms is actually a conversation around the same question that the police keep asking: why don't you talk about the police? When police get killed, the expectation is that killing will be investigated the same way a killing of another person being investigated. And if you find the culprit behind the killing of the police officer, the process applies. Take them to court. Once they are convicted, they are found guilty, they are convicted.
I guess what we see is many times we see statements from Human Rights Watch and other rights advocacy organizations when citizens have died. When police officers are killed, say in Samburu, there's an ambush, police officers have been killed. Similar statements don't come out to actually highlight the issues of maybe the plight of police officers, the welfare of these police officers, the equipping of these police officers, the state's responsibility of ensuring that its officers are properly facilitated to do their job. But let's take a break. We'll continue the conversation shortly. It's 26 minutes to 9. Yes, you will. We take a break. It's called a Minute Maid break. So at this point when you're feeling, I need to answer, take a break. Take a sip of Minute Maid. It's important. Minute Maid is there for you, so you make sure that at any time of day when you're feeling all right, it's time for me to take a breather, you actually do it. And take a what and do?
And take.
So instead of you do instead of do a sip. All right. It's 26 to 9. We'll continue the conversation shortly with our guest from Human Rights Watch.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Behind every crime and murder, there's a reason and a motive. Some dark, some simple, and some unbelievably terrifying. But truth is, no one really knows what happens behind closed doors. Well, until now. I, John Allen Namu, will be opening the last door to reveal the truth behind the nation's most infamous criminal happenings in a new true crime documentary called The Last Door on Maisha Magic Plus DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 8. Join me every Sunday at 8 p.m. as we look into the heart of crime and sieve rumor from truth. Dial star 423 hash to get or stay connected to DSTV or GoTV.
The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there will be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people. Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The Adults in the Room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Nairobi, partly sunny conditions at 19, highs of 26 and lows of 16. It's sunny at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 24, and highs of 26 in a sunny Nyeri at 14. Sunny conditions at 13 in Eldoret, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Mombasa, and it's cloudy at 28 in Malindi, going to highs of 32. We'll see highs of 28 in Kisumu. It's currently sunny at 20, and it's sunny at 21 in Kakamega, going to highs of 30 and lows of 14. Partly sunny at 21 in Kampala, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 27. It's 21 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 29 and lows of 14, and hazy in Lagos at 25, going to highs of 34 today. Kinshasa is sunny at 23. We'll see highs of 31.
Spice and everything nice. All right.
Spice up your life.
Indeed, slow traffic on the southern bypass this morning. It's bumper to bumper, and inbound traffic, it seems to be because there was an accident. Trailers overturned, and they're still trying to get that out of the way. And so now you see traffic inbound. That's to Mombasa Road. Outbound seems to be all right. Inbound, Mombasa Road, a problem with that. It's tailing back. Some police are on the scene trying to sort that out. So if you're coming from the southern bypass, you're going to be stuck and not being able to get onto Mombasa Road, at least not for now. All right. Looking at other parts of the city, Uhuru Highway, then out towards the CBD, that looks like it's flowing. It's heavy traffic, but it's flowing. Jogger Road is flowing as well, but still continues to be heavy. We're still seeing some on the thicker Superhighway as well as Kiambu Road. Westlands is a complete mess. James Gishuru, Ring Road Westlands out towards Waiaki Way. Think about using the Red Hill Link Road. It'll take you out through quicker. SpiceFM KE, keep talking to us there. Let us know what's going on where you are. Keep things moving this Wednesday.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The conversation continues at 22 minutes past 9. Our guests this morning are from Human Rights Watch. Otieno Namwea is the Director for East Africa at Human Rights Watch, and Karine Kaneza Nantulia is the Deputy Director for Africa. We're having a conversation about the state of human rights in Africa and in 2023. So, Otieno, your question now. You can answer.
Yeah, on the issue of why we issue statements out when other people are killed, but not when police are killed. I think that is not true. Normally, we say the responsibility to protect rests on the government. And that protection is actually a responsibility of the police. So when we see police being killed, our worry will be the government is not doing enough to protect its citizens. And those citizens include, when you see the police being killed, it tells you that there's a problem. And when we issue that kind of statement, we're expressing concerns about the lack of the government not doing enough to protect its citizens. Sometimes it is informed by the fact that police themselves, who are supposed to be protecting people, are actually being killed.
That is why I mentioned the issue of them being victims. Because here you are tasked with a Herculean issue, protecting the citizens of the country. Someone puts you in that position and they do not give you the wherewithal to ensure that that can actually be done. So, things go wrong. Anyone who puts a burden on you is putting a burden on your mind. And if that affects the way you think, we then start discussing mental health issues. That person, whatever else you say, is a victim.
But then who will you ask that question?
The
It will
government.
be the government.
Directly.
The government, yes.
Exactly.
So you cannot, for example, if Al-Shabaab have killed people in say Nairobi, and that begins to affect the mental health issues of the police, you can't go to Al-Shabaab to ask them to address the problem. You have to go to the government to ask them to address the problem with the police.
I think you understand exactly where I'm going with my discussion.
Yes.
The other question that I wanted to ask is, when we discuss human rights, is with whose lens are we looking at human rights? Because there's also been this accusation, and of course I'm sure you'll deny it and you'll explain, that human rights organizations usually come with Western construct of human rights, and they talk about it from that angle, whether it's localized in terms of the localized perception of rights and application of those rights is done. So when we say human rights, are we talking about human rights? Yes, I know there is, the global uniform understanding of human rights, but at what point do those rights then become localized to local incidences and situations?
I think we ought to remember that when we talk about human rights in Africa, one of the earliest scriptures, actually, declarations, 12th, 13th century, came from Africa on human rights. So there is no such thing as a dichotomy or a discrepancy between the Universal Declaration of Rights and what and the history, the doctrine, the jurisprudence that Africa has produced over the years. But what we see in our line of work more often than not is that African leaders, non-state armed groups, will tend to hide actually behind this very argument that you just asked, that you've just raised, Eric, to shield themselves from scrutiny. So it's an easy debate, I think, for African human rights advocates to actually win. If we're going to talk about civil and political rights, because the other debate, I think, the other side of the coin is when people say, well, you focus more on civil and political rights and you don't talk about economic, social, and cultural rights. Well, let's talk about that and let's see what the work that we've done so far. And we've documented abuses committed by state and non-state owned companies in different countries. The massive displacement that has affected sections of communities, whether it's in Guinea or even in DR Congo, around extractive mining companies' work. But then the question, as Namwaya said before, who are the duty bearers? Whose responsibility is it to actually protect and ensure that communities have access to education, access to clean water, the right to development, which is another concept that African governments have really debated and talked about over the years. But whose responsibility is it to ensure all that? Who has actually ratified these legal tools that we're talking about, including the African Charter on Human Rights, on human and people's rights, which is an African instrument, but which is over and over again.
Almost similar to the Convention.
Absolutely, absolutely. Africa is the one continent where you have actually a right-based treaty just looking at the rights and the welfare of the child.
So what we are
you don't have any other region that has that.
what we're saying essentially is that you have treaties that have been ratified by African governments.
Absolutely.
Number one. We are looking at a state whereby the abrogation of these rights has taken place in many African countries, but we report about them, but that we do not hold governments responsible to the point where something can actually be done. We hold governments responsible in talking about it and saying, look, this has not been done. Not enough of your children have gone to school. Not enough of your children have, proper food on the table. Not enough of your children are living in at least the minimum standard in terms of shelter. But we just talk about it. But with the ratification of these treaties, it means that you can actually hold people responsible should they go against what they have agreed in those treaties.
No, how do you hold them accountable?
This is exactly where I'm going. So what ought to be done when a country is flying in the face of something that they have ratified? They've ratified it, meaning that they will take the responsibility in the event that they don't do it right. But how do you do that? When a country will come and tell you, and we know this happens all the time, you've spoken about political will, you've spoken about political goodwill, when all the time they will tell you, okay, that's fantastic, but I'm struggling. My budgets don't allow me to do 1, 2, 3. We have many times when you're leaning on international donors to help you complete a fiscal budget so that you can meet your overheads. And so now the question is, how do you hold governments responsible who are flying in the face of human rights, right? How do you do that? And say there are many reasons why they will give you. I want to talk. We're not talking about jailing people arbitrarily. We're not talking about executions. We're talking about basic food, shelter, education. How do you hold them responsible and say, well, you violated, and where are we taking you? Where are we taking them? What are we doing?
So sometimes the real impact of the kind of work that we do can take time. But eventually we do come to see the fruits of the work that we do. If you look at countries like Yugoslavia and the tribunal that was set up to investigate what was then the genocide there, a lot of the documentation was actually Human Rights Watch documentation. If you look at Rwanda in Africa and the genocide in Rwanda, whichever side one stands on, a lot of the documentation in Rwanda was actually Human Rights Watch documentation, and Human Rights Watch appeared at the Rwanda Tribunal in Arusha as expert witnesses because of the work they did, and the same with Yugoslavia. So when people get convicted because of the work that we did, and if that work informs judicial processes, then we consider that work well done. In Chad, one of our colleagues followed the Chad issues for like 10 years, and until last year. When somebody actually got convicted, the person he had been tracking for a long time. In Kenya, 2014, 2015, 2016, if you remember, there were a lot of disappearances and extrajudicial killing in the name of fighting terrorism. And the most affected regions were northeastern coast, Nairobi, and maybe to some extent a few other places. And for some time it looked like the government was not listening. I think the only organization that ever went to nearly every other place where those things were happening, we went to Wajir, we went to Garissa, we went to Lamu, we went to Malindi, we went everywhere. And in Nairobi, it was us. Ultimately, because of our work, we can say that at least 2016, 2017, the cases went down. And it looked like they had stopped 2018, 2019, when again they started. And a lot of times you may not know how much work goes in. Once we release the report, how much work goes in to ensure it stops. When we released the report, the first person we met was the then Inspector General of Police, who had denied that the police were involved at all. And we fleshed out to him specific cases where people were disappeared inside police stations. How can it be that police are not involved? Why can't you even investigate? And the matter went up. We had discussions in various meetings with different people and different partners. And eventually, the thing stopped. Our problem is that when it stopped, there was no attempt to ensure accountability and justice for the victims or families of victims. That's a conversation we still have. So what I'm trying to say is that you may not see the impact of our work immediately because some of those governments that we talk about can be very intransigent. But ultimately we have a lot of things that we can cite to show. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add a few things. In completing what Namwaya just said, what he just said highlights the importance of having a vibrant civil society and independent media. You have institutions that are essentially our partners as well. We work together. That's why you invited us today, right, to talk about this topic. And in parallel, that's why also there's a rise of authoritarianism on the continent as well, and the crackdown on the media and protesters and journalists and activists. I think as we go into 2023, we also have to remember that some of the violations that we've seen over the years, and especially in 2022, are a direct response, or rather a reflection of the resilience of some of these groups. The other point I would like to raise is the importance of maintaining and pushing, advocating for the independence of African human rights institutions like the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So yes, on justice and accountability, it may take 10, 20, 15, 30 years. Some of the processes I've mentioned, as Namwaya said, happen partly because of the documentation that Human Rights Watch and other groups, including African civil society organizations on the ground, have kept and used in their advocacy. But we need to keep pushing to have an enabling policy and legal environment as we work on some of these outcomes.
From what I hear the two of you say, yes, progress is made by Human Rights Watch. Yes, progress is made by civil society organizations. But if I go back into history from the time the African countries, the countries within the African continent got independence, the group of people who seem to, with every successive change in leadership, who seem determined not to ensure that all these human rights activities that we've ratified and written about and enshrined in our laws are actually put in place are the political leadership. Would I be right in saying so? Because if you have the laws, if you have units and departments within government that are supposed to ensure these things get done, and yet they never, it's a never-ending, you have successes, but it never gets to the point where you really want to see it happen. So you're always, it's like a treadmill that you're always treading on. And yet leaders change. The leaders whom we had at independence are not the leaders we have now. And yet, yes, even with the changes and the positive results that we've received, we are still talking about the same things.
Ultimately, like I said, the responsibility rests with the state. The government is the primary duty bearer, and that's basically you're talking about political leadership. So you have to constantly engage the political leadership to ensure that if the right laws are in place and the right policies are in place, they basically enforce those policies. If they aren't, then they just make sure that they get the right laws and create the right policies.
Let me ask you an unfair question.
Can I just
yes, please go ahead.
To try to answer your question. You said we're still talking about the same things, and I would like to push back a little bit on that. Are we really
Push
talking
back
about
a great deal, please?
Are we talking about the same things? Because when you look at post-independence, the struggle for independence, the concept of human rights was actually forged and shaped within a certain language, which was political independence. That was achieved. Then you had, in the 90s, a whole period, a whole era, where really the discourse on the continent around human rights was really around the issue of how do we establish a constitutional democracy, get rid of military coups. We continued. Now, in 2020, let's say, and we had vicious conflict, including the genocide, including the rise of armed Islamist groups, right? So we are today looking at what we would call maybe the struggle for the institutionalization of human rights within the governance on many of these countries. And whether you look at, for instance, the resurgence, for instance, of military coups, which we've not talked about really today, what is at stake? What is at stake today is how the recruitment, one of the factors that is at stake today is how the recruitment by armed Islamist groups is actually fueled by grievances about state failures to deliver basic services, but also because government forces commit atrocities. Those atrocities are compounded by extrajudicial killings, torture, questioning people sometimes on the basis of their ethnicity, and we're thinking here Mali, Burkina Faso, right? That is one pool of issues that were not necessarily the case, say, in the 80s. We were talking... So my point is that the discourse of human rights on the continent has never been static. It's always dynamic. One era gives way to another era and different set of issues.
And by the way, let me just make a clarification. When we have a conversation about human rights and ask governments to ensure that there's respect and protection of human rights, we don't mean that the violation will not occur. It will always occur. What matters is that when there's a violation, there's accountability. I think the biggest problem in Africa and even Kenya here is that we see things happening. The police are there, the mechanisms have been created, but nothing happens. The people get away with it. When you say that I think there has been, you alluded to it, that we assess African countries on different lenses, and then other places we assess on different lenses. In some of those countries, like in I don't want to cite the US, but let me say some of those countries.
Allow me to say it for you. In the US.
Anyway, each of those countries have challenges. The difference is that when a violation occurs, there is a difference in the way in which they approach investigations and ensuring accountability. So, like today in Kenya, we will not be talking about the killings of up to 100 people that we documented in 2017. None of which have been investigated, apart from Baby Pendo and Stephanie Mora. I don't think we will say the same in some of the Scandinavian countries, for example. If 100 people died, it cannot just be swept under the carpet. There will be at least an attempt to investigate and ensure accountability, even if it is not satisfactory. Yeah.
You know, I think this conversation, we've just barely scratched the surface. And it's important that, we have a continuation of this conversation in coming days as well, right? So we can look at greater depth. Yes, you mentioned, for example, the resurgence of military coups in West Africa. What's driving this, and what does it signify? Is it failure of states? Is it failure of accountability? Is it governments? Is it leadership? Is it the people being more woke? Or is it the military getting more... What exactly is happening? Maybe you have the answers to this, or you can give some light to that. But we thank you very much for joining us today. Come again soon.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for having us.
Otieno Namwea is the Director for East Africa at Human Rights Watch, and Karine Kaneza Nantulia is the Deputy Director at Human Rights Watch for Africa. Asanteni sana for joining us, and welcome again soon. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Keep it here, because in the next hour we'll tell you more about how you can get Showmax on your devices. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Ministry of Education has started a nationwide inspection of institutions that will host the junior secondary schools. A nationwide inspection in primary schools has started to ascertain the level of preparedness of the junior secondary schools after the Education Working Committee recommended that junior secondary schools be domiciled at primary schools. The ministry has come up with a criterion of selecting the schools that will host junior secondary. The exercise started at county level. At least 34,500 pupils are set to transition from grade 6 to grade 7 in their former primary schools once schools reopen on January 23rd. Among them are 12,592 from public schools and 22,000 from private schools. During the inspection, education stakeholders will check on the qualification of teachers, school enrollment and the facilities available before approving any institution to admit students in grade 7. And the Capital Markets Authority has announced plans to support the Nairobi County government in the issuance and listing of a green bond as the county seeks to tap fundraising opportunities through the capital markets. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja noted he would source for long-term financing to meet the development needs of the county through the issuance and listing of a green bond and the potential listing of county agencies such as Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. County financing through the capital markets has been one of the authority's key priorities as outlined in the 10-year Capital Market Master Plan, which envisions that 30% of financing for counties will be drawn from the capital markets. CMA Chief Executive Officer Wycliffe Shamia, however, noted that it will be important for the county to demonstrate good governance through the prudent application of funds raised to give confidence to investors for future county capital raising exercises. Governor Sakaja observed that his present focus was to lay the groundwork for the fundraising by addressing the financial status of NCCG, its spending bills and credit rating to attract investment capital. And the Kakamega Court nullified the election of Amutete Gray Moi as Lugari member County Assembly. This comes after one of his competitors, William Limbolo of the MDG party, moved to court to challenge Moi's August 9, 2022 victory on grounds that he did not win fairly. Delivering the ruling, Chief Magistrate Delfina Alego cited malpractice and failure to adhere to election guidelines by IEBC officials. In his petition, Limbolo, through his lawyer, claimed that his agents were barred from accessing polling stations and that Moi was unfairly awarded an extra 181 votes. Following the ruling, Alego instructed IEBC to organize a repeat election for Lugari ward. And police in Kisumu have kicked off investigations following ugly scenes witnessed at the Uhuru Business Complex in Juakali area that left 3 people hospitalized with injuries. Kisumu Central Sub-County Police Commander Anthony Maina says the 3 suffered cut wounds after 2 factions disagreed over how to share spaces at the new market. Maina says police were called in to restore normalcy following the clashes at the market, which has been earmarked for more occupancy following the second phase of traders' relocation in the city. He said they have started investigations to identify those behind the attacks, adding that police will record statements from the 3 who are nursing injuries. And a 25-year-old businessman was shot dead in a robbery with violence incident at Kamasimo village in Kurutiange sub-location, Migori County. Kuria West Sub-County Police Commander Clayton Kimayo said the unknown killers also stole an amount of money and gold from the deceased. Kimayo said the businessman succumbed to gunshot wounds at the Kuria West Sub-County Hospital while undergoing treatment. He said the deceased also sustained multiple injuries suspected to have been inflicted by some other crude weapons. You note there are police officers who on patrol around the scene of the murder on the said night responded swiftly when they heard the gunshots, but that the robbers had already fled by the time they arrived at the scene of crime. And a court in Uganda has quashed a section of a communications law that has been used to prosecute government critics, journalists and writers, including 2 who fled to exile in Germany. Under Uganda's Computer Misuse Act, one of the sections prescribes the use of electronic communication to disturb the peace, quiet or right of privacy of any person with no purpose of legitimate communication. Punishments for offenders can range from steep cash penalties to jail sentences of several years. In a ruling on a petition filed by a rights activist seeking the quashing of that section of the law, the Constitutional Court agreed, saying it violated the Constitution. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseda. Good morning.
The SpiceFM Newswire is brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4. Get to see the world through a new lens and capture the moments that truly matter.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, still looking at traffic at a few minutes after 9 o'clock and still heavy on the southern bypass because of that accident. Looks like that traffic will be around for some time. So just, don't use it, at least not for now, okay? Gong Road, also some traffic there coming into the city. Uhuru Highway really busy into the CBD and then out towards Westlands, and we're looking at some traffic just at the corner of the Muthaiga Square there, coming off Kiambu Road, and the Thika Superhighway with traffic at Pangani there. Juja Road started off really busy, still doing the same thing in and outbound, and we're still looking at traffic coming out of Westlands, heavy on Wayaki Way, heavy on James Gishuru, and on Ring Road Westlands as well. We'll come out of traffic hour in about an hour or so. Let's keep an eye on things. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
2023. Welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. We're glad you're still locked in. Live on Spice FM and live online as well. Our website, on Facebook and on YouTube. It's that time again to remind you about school fees because, it's about money.
12 days.
It's in 12 days.
You have to find it.
You have to send your kids back to school.
Yeah.
And you have to find a way of paying their school fees.
And if you haven't, Kiwi is saying step up and shine with Kiwi. You have an opportunity to walk into any supermarket and buy your black Kiwi shoe polish. And there is a code under the lid. You will take your phone and you will dial star 459 star 5 hash, and you will send that code there, a unique code with which you will get instant airtime or bundles, and then you can enter into the draw to win 35,000 shillings. It goes towards school fees. No, you may not use it for shopping. No, you may not put a deposit on whatever else. It is for school fees. As kids are going back to school come the 23rd of January, it's going to come in handy, wouldn't you say? Step up and shine with Kiwi.
Of course, it's important to step up and shine. And also to tell you about Showmax. Showmax.com is the way to go. Showmax is the one portal that gives you all the entertainment that you need in the world, especially for this year, 2023, when we are not being disturbed by anybody and we are not buying fear and all those things. It's the only thing we want to do is entertain ourselves.
That's right.
Raha jipe mwenyewe. So jilipia Showmax and get all the raha that you want. How do you do that? Showmax gives you all the kind of, what kind of content do you get on Showmax?
Movies.
CT.
Mm-hmm.
What do you get on
Documentaries.
Showmax? What else?
Series.
Animation. Other known as cartoons.
What else?
Delightful shows that represent real life. Not just documentary. Reality TV. Yes. So the things that are being featured didn't happen in someone's imagination. They actually happened in real life. And they're not just being reenacted. They're being retold and given the breath of life that probably wasn't there.
Yes. You can get Showmax Plan and Showmax Mobile only plan. With Showmax Plan, you register up to 5 devices. Mobile plan, you register 1 device. With Showmax Plan, you can watch from two different devices at the same time. And Showmax Plan also gives you HD quality, while the Showmax Mobile gives you SD quality experience. It's very, very good. It starts at 300 bob, and you can get Showmax. Showmax Pro is 2,100. Showmax Pro Mobile is 1,050. With that, you get to watch even what? Live TV. You want to watch a live football, Premier League.
Done.
You get it on SuperSport live on your mobile device, wherever you are. That's all you need. You want to watch? Okay, World Cup is over for the next 4 years. Anything live TV, even live news channels.
Okay, live news.
Yeah, Killer Q2. You get it there. 2,100 bob only. City. The day's proverb.
Indeed, from the country of Lesotho. Yes. If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes.
Right. The Kush, who is a Kenyan who lives and works in the Philippines, tells us in the Philippines the flag is called what?
Bandila.
Bandila. It's from Spanish. So he's also wondering, because in Portuguese, bandera is called bandera, but the Swahili basically just borrow this Portuguese word for flag.
Oh, what makes you think it isn't the other way around?
They came with the flags.
They're trying to tell us we didn't have flags when they came here.
Yeah, but they didn't find Swahili.
True, they didn't. True, they didn't.
They created Swahili.
They helped create it.
They helped create Swahili.
Yes.
So maybe this is some of the contribution of the Portuguese. Bandeira. Yeah. Okay, if you're a flag, follow the wind.
Please.
What do you call the people from Lesotho?
I am not certain. Because
Sesotho.
Yes.
So it goes now Soto there, not Tutu. Sutu.
Not Sutu.
Not Sesutu.
You see, now you're referring to a language, not necessarily to a community. You know
the
why
language is Sesotho.
You know why it's no, the people. You know why I said I'm uncertain? It depends on who you ask. Because if you read about the country and its people, what Ndu says is absolutely correct. That's how they would describe themselves. Okay? Like, for instance, we talk about us being Kenyan. Okay? And when we speak, we keep saying we are speaking Kenyanese. There is really no such language. But it's the affectation that Kenyans put on whatever language we are speaking. Yes, so
they've just seen us. There's also Basotho. So they have two sets of people, the Soto and the Basotho.
Yes.
Is one the plural of the other?
No.
So. Or is it Rwandan and Rwandese?
Je ne sais pas.
Could be. We have a guest in the studio. His name is Justus Kioko. Justus is a financial analyst. Justus recently wrote an article that was widely shared, even on social media, and it was published in the papers. And the big issue here was, all right, we are talking about the cost of production in Uganda being lower than the cost of production in Kenya. Or is it that the cost of food from Uganda is cheaper than the cost of food grown in Kenya? And why? And just as I said, you know what? It's not about the cost of production. It's a strong shilling, not low cost of production that is making Uganda items cheaper. Just as welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here. Let's begin with, when someone says they're a financial analyst, what does that mean?
The there could be various ways of looking at it, but there is a layman interpretation.
Yes.
Looking at the scenario in the market and analyzing it in a way that a layman can understand.
Okay.
Like, for example, there is trade between Kenya and Uganda. There are those good figures, the GDP, the inflation, those good figures that are flashed when we are discussing these issues. Now, analyze is to break it down so that a layman can understand these figures. Yes.
So it's about the figures.
It's about the figures.
Okay. So what's the difference between what you do and what an economist does?
More or less the same, but an economist looks at more of the future and without the figures per se. But for an analyst, we look at the figures and try and blend with the reality on the ground. Yeah.
Economists do something very similar to what you do, really, as you correctly put it. You see, you focus on the financial aspects of it, but an economist will look at the factors that contribute to that situation that you're talking about.
Yes.
The human factor, the social factor.
True.
Okay? They will look at everything else that is around the finances. Yes. Because if you look at the discipline of economics, what is it about? What is the fundamentals of economics? They look at its resources. You, as a person, in economic terms, you're a resource. That's why it's called, you're called a human resource. Land is considered a resource.
Exactly.
Some people call them factors of production, but that's what they talk about, yes.
All right, let me read the next up from the article that you published, and a couple of paragraphs. The debate on why eggs and milk imported from Uganda are cheaper than local products has been going on for some time. Many Kenyans have attributed this disparity to the high cost of production in Kenya. However, this is not the case. The main reason is the exchange rate or strength of the shilling against the Uganda currency, which leaves the Ugandan farmer with high purchasing power or more Uganda shillings after conversion. To bring this into perspective, products grown in Uganda are transported by road more than 500 kilometers to markets in Nairobi, and they are still cheaper compared to the locally produced eggs or milk delivered to the same market. Even if Kenyan farmers were inefficient producers, pineapples produced by multinationals, which enjoy economies of scale and efficient production mechanisms, are still expensive compared to the fruit ferried from Uganda. There is no way Uganda could be so efficient in production to warrant such a disparity. The strong local currency gives rise to a scenario where a farmer in Uganda who opts to sell in Kenya shillings finds himself in a more advantaged position or with more purchasing power after conversion.
True.
Okay. So I read this myself and I was left with more questions than understanding of what you've said. City said, but it's very straightforward. You understand exactly what he's saying. Now, speaking to a layman, explain again. When we say that eggs in Uganda from Uganda are cheaper than eggs in Kenya, why is it so?
It is because of the strong Kenyan shilling, not because of the cost of production. Though there could be a factor of production, but the main issue here is the strong Kenyan shilling. And there's an example I give there of the young boys working in Kiambu, in Kiambu County. They are earning as low as 7,000, 6,000, 8,000, 9,000. And they have come all the way from Uganda to work in Nairobi. And one time I visited there and I asked the owners, how much do you pay these guys? And they said like 8, 9,000, even 7 you can get. And then I talked to them, how do you survive on 7,000? Because a local in the same vicinity cannot survive on that amount. And the answer was very simple, that this money is little when we are here. But when you go to our country, convert, it's a lot of money. So the same scenario applies to a farmer. Let me give you an example, a maize farmer. You have grown your maize in maybe a place like Lira. And by the way, when it comes to cost of production of maize, the main cost when it comes to maize is fertilizer, which in Kenya, we have subsidy. Not just that the tax is removed, and there is subsidy on top of it, which is going for around 3,400. Uganda, they also have a subsidy. It's going for around, I think, 2,900 or 3,000. So when it comes to producing, we are almost at the same level. We are together up to that point.
Now we are.
Yes.
Before the subsidy was rolled out in September, the fertilizer in Kenya was 7,000.
7,000.
Right.
Yes. But previously...
And the Uganda fertilizer was 2,800, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
But we have had the subsidy for quite some time. If you restrict ourselves to the production that is happening now, when every farmers from both sides have access to the subsidy, you find that at the end of the production cycle, the cost of production is more or less the same. But the Ugandan will come all the way to sell to Kenya in Kenyan shillings, and then go back, convert these Kenyan shillings into Ugandan shillings, and consume it in his country. That's why it's giving that advantage. Let me give another example, just to bring it into perspective. A Kenyan working in the UK as a nurse or the middle-level jobs, earning around 5,000 pounds a month. You see, if you are to consume this amount in the UK, with your family, you go to school there, you go to church there, you can't survive. You live a slightly below average lifestyle in the UK. But because the pound is stronger compared to the Kenya shilling, you find that when you go and work there, come back home with a pound, convert the 5,000 pounds into Kenya shilling at a rate of maybe 150. You have close to 800,000 shillings. And that affords you above average lifestyle in the country. So the issue of the currency is coming up because we have a strong economy, but the regional economies that are surrounding us, that is Uganda and Tanzania, they have weak currencies. So they are taking advantage or enjoying the benefits of a country that is across the border with a strong currency. You go and trade there, gain the money in Kenya shilling, then you go back home and change into your currency.
Are you saying that there is no impact at all on their cost of inputs?
There is an impact on their cost of input, but it cannot warrant such a disparity. A scenario where you are transporting a produce 1,000 kilometers away, and when it gets to Nairobi, it's still cheaper than the one produced here. Let me give you another example. I'm sure you must be having a friend or a businessman in Nairobi who goes to Uganda to buy clothes and come and sell here. I'm sure you've heard of such a case. Many. Now, those clothes are produced in Turkey, imported through the port of Mombasa, transported through here, Mombasa Road,
on trucks,
all the way to Uganda. If you intercept the truck here, that cloth will be unaffordable. But once it gets to Uganda, now the Kenyan, we board a Kampala coach to go and purchase the same clothes, come and sell here. Where is the cost of production there? From Turkey, port of Mombasa, transported by road to Kampala. Once it is domiciled by Ugandan and it is given Ugandan shillings price, it becomes lucrative to be sold back to Kenya.
So it gets to Uganda, and the cost of these clothes being sold in the market in Kampala factors in the cost of transportation. Cost of clearance at the port of Mombasa, transporting it all those thousands of kilometers from Mombasa to Kampala. And it becomes cheaper.
Once it is domiciled, the point is it's domiciled in Ugandan shillings. Because of the comparison of the currencies, it becomes cheaper. And you have people coming all the way from Nairobi to go and purchase the same product, come and sell here.
So if I were to take your argument at its very basic level of understanding, so you're saying all of the factors that contribute to an eventual cost, what is loaded onto these things, if they remain constant and we assume that they are similar in Kenya, then it would then stand to reason that it is only the currency that is the issue.
Yes, it is the currency that is the issue.
But is it really the truth?
Is
because,
it?
Yes.
When you start to look at the agricultural sector, for example, and it seems very clear to a lot of folks today that even if you were to do your conversions and to do your subtractions, that what you were buying, for example, a tray of eggs in Uganda is significantly cheaper than what you would buy it for here in Kenya. It's not a currency matter. Even if you would do the conversion, there's a difference. There's a difference between the price of what you would buy onions in Kenya and what you would buy them for in Tanzania, for example, the milk that you would buy in Uganda today is cheaper at flat currency conversion, shilling in Kenya to shilling in Uganda. How do you explain the difference then in that, if not for what we've been told for the longest time, that the cost of production is significantly lower in these countries, or inputs rather, the cost of agricultural inputs?
You know, there are some myths that we have believed for a very long time. That Kenya is a very highly taxed economy. And it's because of the taxation levels that our neighbors are able to compete. And the cost of production here in Kenya is very high. And in Uganda, it is so easy to produce, and it's so cheap to produce. But when you get to the ground, when you narrow down to the examples that we are trying to dissect, you get to understand, yes, there is the issue of cost of production, but it is not the main one. It's like when you say accidents in Nairobi are caused by careless driving. That is not the main one. It could be the main one, but bad roads could still contribute. There could be an issue of cost of production in Uganda and Tanzania. But what we are saying, there is another factor of the currency that seems to be the main one. Let me give you another example. If today, those who live close to the border, Busia and the next to Uganda border, if maybe you want to party and a Saturday, it's cheaper to cross over to Uganda, right? Why is it so?
Because your Kenya shilling here is going to...
It's going to give you more.
Buy you more.
That's the thing.
There.
The Kenyan shilling will give you more if you cross to Uganda.
But does it mean that the goods in Uganda are cheaper? Or does it mean that you have more shillings to buy? If you were to compare in terms of prices, how much does, a beer cost across the border? If you just compared, and if you were to use that in just direct conversion, in equivalent, how much is a beer in Uganda in Kenya shilling equivalent?
In fact, if I build on your argument about the beer, the brewery that brews beer in Uganda is the same company
that is doing this,
doing brews beer here. You go to Tanzania, same WhatsApp group. Yes, so. And you'll have the same beers, by the way. It's not as though you'll have different beers. Something, it may be called Nile beer, it may be called what, but
it's the same thing.
Yes. So what is it then?
What is it that is making it cheaper? So let's use the example of the Ugandans who you found working somewhere in Kiambu, in farms.
Yes.
You're told they are paid about 9,000 shillings.
Or 8,000, 9,000.
So I'm doing a conversion. Today's rate is about 29.
29. Do it 30.
So 30 shillings.
Yes.
Okay? So 1 Kenya shilling will get you 30 Uganda shillings.
Yes.
So 9,000 Kenya shillings will get you 27,000 Uganda shillings. Okay. Now cross over to Uganda with 27,000 shillings. How much will you buy a loaf of bread in Uganda?
Now that's the point. When you
Is it going to be 60 bob? Because in Kenya it's 60 bob.
No, you will
buy 60 bob equivalent in Uganda shillings.
But you find a scenario where the 27,000, if you took the two people, one in Nairobi with the 9,000, and another one in Kampala with 27,000. Let them get to the supermarkets and shop. The one in Uganda will come up with more items.
Yes, why?
Because of the conversion. Supposing we converted that amount with 20 shillings.
No, they're already converted.
It's been converted already.
This
so
one in Kenya has 9,000. That one in Uganda has an equivalent of 9,000, which is 27,000.
The conversion has already been carried out.
Per unit, if this one is buying a pint of milk in Kenya, and this one is buying a pint of milk in Uganda, they are buying using their currencies.
Yes.
Why is the Uganda milk cheaper in Uganda shillings?
In Uganda.
Or are you saying that the cost of a pint of milk, a packet of milk in Uganda, is equivalent to the price of a packet of milk in Kenya?
When you buy milk in Uganda, in Ugandan shillings, let's take it for example.
Yes.
The equivalent in Kenya shillings, what we have spent here, is far much less.
Yes.
Because of the conversion. Remember, in my article, as I concluded, I said, so that we have fairness, we are talking about East African farmers or East African producers. We're having a scenario where the Kenyans are at a disadvantage vis-a-vis their counterparts across the border.
Yeah.
And if you travel around, I'm sure you have met either eggs farmer, milk farmer, or onion farmer who's been farming onions in Kenya. And they tell you, we can't compete with Ugandans because of the conversion.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, we have been made to believe it's the cost of production, that there's something wrong with us here. But as we've said, for example, if you give the example of maize, the main input is fertilizer. It's subsidized. But we're still getting it from Uganda. I'll give you an example of when I think it's 2 years ago, when National Cereals Produce Board was to buy maize from farmers. Eldoret. And it ended up being a scam. All of a sudden, people went to Uganda, got the maize there, and came and sold to National Cereals Produce Board.
Yes.
Cheaply, and made billions.
Yes.
The Kenyan was left with his maize there.
Yes.
Why is that the case if it's not the currency?
Because the maize in Uganda was cheaper.
And let me give you an example right
in
now.
Uganda currency.
Today, 11th of January, half liter of milk, which is what you buy in the packet, whatever, is 1,469 Uganda shillings.
Mm-hmm.
That is equal today, as in if you walk into the supermarket and buy it, it is that amount. That is equal to 44 shillings and 40 cents.
In Kenya.
In Kenya.
And what's the price in
Today,
Kenya?
if you walk into a supermarket in Kenya and you're buying the same, it is 57 shillings. The same thing.
Same thing.
And we're saying that you're making this purchase in each country. That is an equivalent.
Yes.
So I think the question still remains that why do you have that
Why is it
almost
44 bob?
15 shilling difference? That's what we're saying. That you're not, if you were to go with 44 shillings to Uganda and convert it, you would buy a packet of milk. That's what we're saying. You can't buy a packet of milk for 44 shillings in Kenya today.
You can't.
Exactly.
But the Ugandan
it's the same amount. But they will buy for 45 shillings.
45 shillings.
Yes,
Why?
it's the same amount. Why? That's what we're saying.
Let me muddy this water just a little bit more. You see, what percentage of Kenyan land is arable? Take a guess.
A good question. Maybe you can say a third.
What percentage of Ugandan land is arable? All of it. They don't have a desert. The closest they get to it being non-productive agriculture is the Karamoja area, which is semi-arid, which means things can grow there.
Yeah.
So the entire country can actually produce food. That's just for starters. The population is not really that different from ours. They're around, 47 million, us 53 million. No, there's hardly any difference. Despite the worst wars that Uganda faced, the one problem they didn't have was a lack of food.
Yes.
It's never been a problem.
Yes.
How is that? And us, year in, year out, there is always a problem of food. Either it costs too much, or it isn't quite there, or there's the other shortage. I'm saying this because you are strong on the issue of taxes and the issue. And I'm thinking, taxes in this country. How many countries on this planet do you know of who has taxed as us? Tell me.
We had a KRA person here who told us there are more countries.
There are many more.
Yes, and when we said like where?
We asked, okay, that's okay. But the thing that is done with the tax so that you're relieved of other things now becomes the issue that
precisely.
you must address.
Those countries that they spoke of, school.
Free.
From nursery to university.
In Africa.
Free. No. The Scandinavian countries.
No, but they gave us, the examples they gave us were of the Scandinavian countries.
They also gave examples of African countries.
Where they're
in
higher
terms
taxes.
of, yes.
Like which one?
Like South Africa and the rest. In fact, even in East Africa, we are comparatively a bit better.
You know, that
VAT.
That falls under the category of what our brother here has called myths. Okay? Because
you produce the facts. Show us the kind of range of taxation that comes from other countries. Go, pick, take your pick, and then we compare. And then we now demystify that thing. Otherwise, even what you're telling us is a myth.
What I'm discussing here is not in the realm of facts. No. It's the realm of make-believe. Because the facts are clear, as you correctly put it. There's no question. If you look and you look. So you then have to ask the question, if indeed our taxes are comparable, as Eric says, and it's correct.
Then, our VAT is almost the same.
Yes, then so why is it, the others who even have higher taxes than we do. So why is it that life is unaffordable in this country?
So let's talk about those factors. 26 minutes to 10. Let's buy a packet of Minute Maid and consume at whatever price, because it's important for us to do that. Take a sip, City.
And refresh.
I have taken a sip.
And you've done what? Well done.
Very good. That's what you do with Minute Maid. Nasikia Justice. When you have all these questions and people asking you financial matters,
Eggs, milk and onions.
Take a break. Take a sip of Minute Maid. Enjoy, relax, rejuvenate yourself. That's all we need to do. 25 to 10. Shall we take this break? Yes, let's take a look at the traffic and weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. What are they
How
saying?
are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes. My name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
Behind every crime and murder, there's a reason and a motive. Some dark, some simple, and some unbelievably terrifying. But truth is, no one really knows what happens behind closed doors. Well, until now. I, John Allen Namu, will be opening the last door to reveal the truth behind the nation's most infamous criminal happenings in a new true crime documentary called The Last Door on Maisha Magic Plus DSTV channel 163 and GoTV channel 8. Join me every Sunday at 8 p.m. as we look into the heart of crime and sieve rumor from truth. Dial star 423 hash to get or stay connected to DSTV or GoTV.
Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon. Sleepwalking through the afternoon.
Don't live life on repeat. Enjoy your break moments with Minute Maid Delight, a treat that awakens your senses and fills you with vitality. So fill those break moments with the indulgent sensations of Minute Maid, featuring delicious mango, tropical and apple flavors. Minute Maid, filled with life.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 16. It's 19 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 26 in Nyeri, where it's sunny at 17. It's sunny at 17 as well in Eldoret, going to highs of 25 and lows of 12. 29 and partly sunny in Mombasa, highs of 32 and highs of 32 as well in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 29. 23 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28, and we'll go to highs of 30 in a sunny Kakamega at 24. 21 and partly sunny in Kampala, and we're looking at sunny conditions going to highs of 32 in Dar es Salaam. It's 23 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 34 in Lagos, currently at 25. Mostly cloudy conditions in Kinshasa, 24 with highs of 31. Looking out into Beijing, it's 3 and cloudy Wednesday evening, highs of 5 and lows of -6. Cloudy conditions at 11 in Paris, highs of 12 and highs of 11 in London, where it's cloudy at 8. It's 4 degrees and mostly clear in New York. We'll see highs of 5 and lows of 3. Looking much better coming off the thicker superhighway. We're still looking at a little bit of it here and there on the southern bypass. Actually, no, a lot of it on the southern bypass. That accident issue still yet to be sorted out. So it's still seeing red, and that's inbound traffic. Lunga a little bit. Likoni interchange, of course, is going to join with what now appears coming and connecting with the southern bypass, and a little bit here and there on Enterprise. Coming off a thicker superhighway, much better. Kiambu Road still a little bit, and Westerns is dealing with the dregs of Wednesday morning traffic through the hour. Let us know what's going on with you, where you are, but we should be out of traffic hour now officially. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Analyst Justus Kioko. We are talking about why goods from Uganda and other neighboring countries, including Tanzania, are cheaper when they're being sold in Kenya. And Justus is saying it's because of the exchange rate. The Kenya shilling is stronger than our neighboring countries' currencies. That means that it buys you more when you cross over the border. That makes it cheaper. And all those questions that we were asking. So, but why is a packet of milk 44 bob equivalent in Uganda and 55 bob equivalent in Kenya? CT brought in the angle of the cost of production in land and land size. 80% of Kenya is arid and semi-arid. 90% of Uganda is arid. Right? So how does that impact their cost of food?
One, if most of the land is arable, it means food production is higher. And here higher doesn't mean that it's food that you necessarily have to take to the market. It's food that you can consume. If people are feeding themselves, then you don't have a food security problem, do you? Yes. But in our case here, tricky, isn't it? Because it's a bit muddled. You see, why I entered the realms of make-believe is this, when you have a myriad of problems such as the ones we have in this country, and amidst those problems, there are issues around tax. Where do you think you are going to position your problems? Tax. Okay? If you have problems within the country and you find there are certain things that you feel should be services that are provided, whether it's healthcare, whether it's schooling, and it isn't quite up to scratch, and then you hear that there's corruption, where do you think you're going to place your blame? On corruption. So now, when you bring in the discussion about the currency and the exchange rate, and you say, okay, it's a question of the exchange rate. Let me ask a question. Why is the Kenyan shilling stronger? Why can't we make ours weaker then? So that we can also enjoy these benefits other people are enjoying.
Exactly. And that was what you said. We need to make our shilling weaker. Comparing.
Why? Let's start with why. Why is it stronger?
Why is it stronger?
Yes,
have we made it stronger? It's a free market.
It's a free market, but with some inefficiencies here and there. From 1980 to 1988, Ugandans intentionally devalued their currency to contain their economy. And the issue of devaluing currencies is not just it's not an offense, or it's been done across the world.
Why?
So that your products can be competitive in the world market. And a good example is China. They have devalued their yen to an extent that there is always war between Beijing and Washington. Because even Obama was telling them, no, you can't do this. You can't devalue your yen. Because when we meet at the world market, anything Chinese is cheap.
Yes.
Because the currency is devalued. And you see, Americans, the dollar is the benchmark of the world.
And because it is cheap, more people will then buy it,
Chinese.
and then there's still more money inflowing into your economy. So what is wrong with devaluing?
Can we devalue our shilling against certain currencies and still retain it against the other currencies?
Exactly. That can be done. That was in the article I said, we need to look for a way of devaluing these currencies so that us as Kenyans, we don't find ourselves in a disadvantaged position as it is currently. Because another thing, we're in the East African community.
Yes.
A free market.
Yes.
That is supposed to allow free movement of goods across the region.
Yes.
According to
supposed to.
Yes.
Supposed to. Yes. On paper, the East African community, and I think the drafters of the East African community saw this problem. When we were drafting, when Mzee Moi, Mkapa, and Museveni were signing the agreement, I think early 2000 or 90s, the agreement was we'll have a common currency in the region by 2024.
Yep.
Around 97 or 2000, 2024 was far away. So it was a very convenient statement to make that time.
Yes.
It's just like what Mzee Kenyatta said in the 70s. We'll eradicate poverty, disease, and ignorance by the year 2000. Year 2000, in 1970 was far away. So it was a very convenient statement to make that time. So when we got into East African community, somehow somebody saw the problem and said, in a free market, a common market, where there is movement of goods and movement of people, you cannot have different currencies. I'm not sure whether there's a place where it has worked. I'm doing a research on that, whether we can have a success story of a free market, a common market, different currencies, and the thing ended up well. The euro market is there, common market, but they stick to the euro, so that there is fairness across the region.
Across board.
Now, when we said we're going to have a common currency in East African region, that was a way of sorting these problems and create the inefficiencies, like she has said, where you find milk in Kampala is 44 shillings. In Nairobi is 60 shillings. When we have a common currency, you'll have a scenario. The businessmen will get in and move goods from one point to the other until we have an equilibrium. So that if the price of a commodity in Zanzibar will be almost the same as the price in Gulu, Uganda.
Okay.
If we have a common currency.
Yeah.
But now the question is, when you look at us Kenyans, including myself and yourself, are we ready for a common currency? 2024, when we say 2024, it looked far, but now it's 9 months from now.
Yeah.
But there's something you're not mentioning here. When you have a devalued currency, importation becomes almost impossible because it will cost you an arm and a leg.
That's the thing.
But what do we import from Uganda?
How can we?
We are not devaluing the Kenya shilling
We are
against the
importing
dollar.
food.
We're not saying we devalue the shilling against the dollar.
It's
because
only
we import
within
oil.
the East African.
It is only within the East African region. Yes.
So
That's all you're saying.
instead of devaluing,
That is
why
one
not,
of- that is
why
one
not
of the
pursue that route of trying to get a common currency and the journey of getting towards a common currency? Because I don't know how the dynamics would play in terms of devaluing. How much against the Uganda shilling will you devalue? How much against the Tanzania shilling? How much against the DRC, whatever currency? What's the currency in DRC? How much against the franc in Rwanda as well?
Yeah. Can I ask a question that maybe if the answer would help to that? Because even Uganda having devalued their currency some years ago, how does that enable them to have the inputs? It's in country, not from it's not to have their inputs for agriculture, for example, still cheaper. And I'm doing comparisons between things like cottonseed cake in Uganda and Kenya.
Yeah.
I'm doing comparisons of fertilizer between Uganda and Kenya, which have a direct impact on the final results. Your milk, for example, what you feed your cattle, the land that you then till to have. How does the devaluation of currency then affect the cost of agricultural inputs?
The devaluation will not affect the cost of inputs in Uganda. It will only make Ugandan products not attractive, or Kenya will not be attractive for Ugandan products.
Okay, but shall we have our products? Is it going to make our cost of production
cheaper,
comparable to Uganda?
No, it will not. It will only protect the local producer.
Exactly.
Yes.
But right now, we cannot argue that there is no difference between the cost of production in Uganda and Kenya. There is a distinct difference between the two in terms of cost. It is much
food
cheaper.
in the market in Uganda
is cheaper than in Kenya.
Food in the market in Kenya.
And once you have already done your exchange, you've done your equivalent ratio, it is cheaper in Uganda. And that, for me, as I see it, unless I can't see it, it only means that your inputs are cheaper for you to be able to get a result of cheaper food in Uganda than you can in Kenya. There is no miracle from heaven that says, all right, I then bestow upon you cheaper food, Uganda, go ahead. There's something you've put in that makes it possible for you to sell at that price. Unless I'm wrong.
You're very right. And as you said, the way to correct that inefficiency is a common currency.
I have a different suggestion in addition to the common currency thing. Is if we were not just a common market, but we even had, as you say correctly, a common currency, what if we then go into the realm of specialization?
All right. A good suggestion.
Yes, instead of bothering ourselves planting maize.
Let Ugandans plant the maize.
Let them plant the maize.
We do the value addition.
Precisely.
That's another suggestion.
Yes, but then the question would be, what do we do with the maize farmers?
What do you do with that? Exactly. What do you do with the maize farmers?
They start
what do you
growing
do with
cassava.
the egg farmers? What do you do with our milk farmers?
Precisely. So the question would be, what is it that we can produce that Uganda doesn't produce?
Agriculture?
I mean, I'm asking a hypothetical question because when you have...
You can produce meat.
Yes.
Kenya produces more meat than Uganda.
So what happens to the maize farmers and milk farmers?
They can start breeding horses.
Breeding horses.
Pivot.
let me tell you one thing. If we were to have a common currency...
Or they start growing feed for animals.
What we're actually saying is not specifically what ought to be done, but if that is the thinking, if you have a country that clearly have an advantage in producing something over you, why are you competing with them? Why don't you look for something that actually makes you more competitive and which you can do better than they do? And then buy from them.
And they
it
buy
serves the
from
same
you.
purpose, and they buy from you.
Yeah.
Serves the same purpose because they will know these guys have an advantage on this over us, so we might as well let them do this.
But then food is a very is a basic
It is. It doesn't stop you from having subsistence farming so that you can actually produce food for you to consume.
When there was an influx of, and this is the thing about the market that we see, when there was an influx, before there was this whole, diplomatic, hoo-ha about what we are bringing in from you, what Kenya is bringing in from Uganda, and etc., the number of people who were purchasing at border price, at border entry, and right here in Nairobi, in different parts of the country, who were purchasing Ugandan poultry product and Ugandan milk products, butter, milk, was huge. The point was not whether it is a Kenyan company. The point was, can I buy it for less shilling than I would another one? And there was no loyalty to product.
No.
The loyalty was to the shilling, or the loyalty was to the cost. If it is cheaper, guess what? I'm going to buy it. Is it quality? Can I put it in me? Yes, then I'm going to use it. The loyalty is not to who made it. The loyalty was to your pocket. And that's the question today.
Are there advantages of having a strong currency?
Yes, there are. There are quite a number of advantages of having a strong currency, especially if you when it comes to imports.
When we are an exporter.
When you are an importer, if, for example, we import oil.
Kenya is a net importer. Let's not
we import
forget.
oil, which is a basic commodity. The strong
Oil as in cooking oil or oil as in
gasoline.
Gasoline.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So if we have a strong currency, it means we'll spend more to import oil. We spend more to service our debt because we service our debt in foreign currency. That is USD. But I don't think we import oil from Uganda.
No, we don't.
We
But
don't
we
pay
export.
we don't
now,
pay.
as an exporter, where Uganda is one of the largest export markets for Kenya, there's an advantage with how our shilling is.
Strong.
Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah.
So if we just, let's assume that it's actually possible to devalue the Kenya shilling, not against all other currencies, but just against the Uganda shilling. What do we stand to lose?
No, that brings...
What's a balance of trade between Kenya and Uganda? It's in favor of Kenya.
It's in favor of Kenya, and that's being the point.
With our strong currency.
With our strong currency.
Which earns us more.
Which earns us more. And as we said, when you look at some of these macro and micro economic figures, sometimes there is a disconnect with the reality on the ground. Because, for example, you find that Kenya exported goods worth $800 million for last year to Uganda. And Uganda, what Uganda brought to Kenya is only $300 million. So when you look at that level, you find a scenario, Kenya is too strong, and we need to assist Uganda to export more. But when you dissect, what is it that Kenya exported to Uganda? You find it steel, minerals. And I'll maybe pose the question, if maybe we export steel or soda ash worth, let's say, 1 billion Kenya shillings to Uganda, how many Kenyans feel that transaction? How does it impact the common man on the ground compared to when Uganda exports eggs, milk, and maize
at a cheaper price than what Kenyans can buy it here.
And then sending Kenyans out of business or out of farming. It's an issue of which one has an impact.
The eggs and the milk that either come from Rwanda, Uganda, don't extinguish the efforts of our farmers. Not really.
Nope.
Arguably, it supplements.
It's a supplement. Yes.
Sometimes, yes. You see, this discussion is a good discussion. And we focus on Uganda and we've forgotten Tanzania.
Yeah.
Onions.
It's not just onions, even maize.
Many things.
Many, many things. Even rice.
Yeah, even rice. It's cheaper
Yes.
in Uganda.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, the question perhaps we ought to be addressing, because there's this delightful talk about an East African community that has a common currency or not. How then does the East African community thrive and ensure that each member state, because now it's grown, it's East and Central really, that each member state benefits from the areas of strength that they actually have?
Exactly. Now that's the point. We are in a union, the East African community, as member states. You get in there, we are Kenyans first, then we move to East African community, right? How do we harness the potential of East Africa, and how do we check so that we are not the ones feeling the pinch
Let me
or
ask
carrying
you,
the burden?
how many Ugandan banks do you have in Kenya?
None. Uganda.
How many Tanzanian banks do you have in Kenya?
Zero.
Precisely. How many banks from
Kenya do you have in Tanzania and Uganda?
Precisely.
So many.
Very, very many. You see, when you look at the original East African community, okay, one of the things that they did, they demarcated headquarters of certain services that were being provided in certain countries. Okay?
You're talking about the original, the 1977
Original.
the one
Original,
of Kenyatta,
yes.
Amin, and Nyerere.
Original.
All right, yeah.
It happened even before Amin. It happened before Amin. Amin came in when it existed.
About it, yeah.
The point was, East African Airways was nestled here.
Yeah.
East African Ports and Harbors was nestled here. We had other services nestled in, for instance, the universities. It wasn't, the headquarters wasn't nestled here.
In Uganda.
Tanzania, actually.
Tanzania.
Yes. What am I trying to say? If I look at...
Headquarters of universities.
Yeah, we had an East African university. It was not...
University of Dar es Salaam.
Yes, it was Dar es Salaam. It started off... University of Nairobi did not start off as... It was Royal Technical College.
Yeah.
But it was an affiliate of the others. Now, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that there was a recognition of sharing out the spoils of the services that the East African community had. That was the understanding. Okay?
Yes.
And then, of course, it fell apart, blah, 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 blah. Now, learning from the mistakes that we made then, there were benefits even then. And the currency that you speak of, the currencies were more or less on par.
Yeah.
The Tanzanian shilling, Ugandan shilling, Kenyan shilling, same thing. So you could actually carry your Kenyan shilling and just use it as you could here. Now, lessons learned. Even with all the discussions we have around the East African community, do you really think that the political leadership actually want a common union?
That's the point. We need really to have an honest discussion around East African community. Because on paper, it's a very good thing. We were supposed to have an East African monetary union by 2022.
Which is last year.
No mention of that. We were supposed to have a common currency by 2024. And the last time I had Uganda and Kenya said, we are not ready for a common currency. We push it to 2032. We were supposed to have an East African president, I don't know by when, so that when you come to elections... Confederation. So that when it comes to campaigns and elections, the campaigns start all the way from Zanzibar to Gulu. And we have one president.
That's not going to happen soon.
Can that happen really?
It can.
It can.
It actually can.
It can.
It can.
Will it is a different process.
Yes, it can. Can it happen?
It
yes,
can happen.
It can.
But are we ready for it?
Willing
Willingness
is what you need to look at here. And I think for me, we would not be the only regional... East Africa is not the only regional body within which things like trade happen, while protecting the sovereignty of your industry, while also looking at protectionist policies that then lay in place for your farmers, your other agricultural practitioners, etc., etc. East Africa would not be the first one. We look at states that practice in the Caribbean, for example. We look at states that practice in Europe. They're able to trade amongst themselves while protecting their local industries. And I think that is a direction that our conversations ought to be going. Can we look at lowering the prices of inputs so that farmers can then thrive in country and internationally as well? I think that is where the conversation ought to be heading.
Where the union would be of an advantage to us. where we can speak as a collective voice, like say the Africa Free Trade Area, that sort of thing. Because if you start having a conversation with other unions or other countries as a bloc, that conversation is very different.
It becomes bigger.
Yes.
It becomes very complicated. And I'll give you an example, as you're saying. Tanzania, they are part of East African Community.
Yes, they are.
They're not waiting for anybody.
But Kenya is, and we have a free trade agreement, so a common market.
Yes.
Okay, on paper. Kenya is in COMESA with another group of countries.
Of course we are.
With another free trade agreement.
Yes.
Tanzania, they're in SADC with other group of South African countries.
Yes.
That confusion.
It's not confusion.
Creates a big one.
It's called diversity.
Diversity.
Yes.
Justus, thank you for coming today. Come again soon so we continue this conversation.
Thank you.
Justus Kioko is a financial analyst. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. Join us again tomorrow morning. Remember, John Alan Namu is appearing on Maisha Magic Plus this and every Sunday with the new show, The Last Door. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Teacher Service Commission is set to recruit 1,558 teachers in Kakamega County. TSC Kakamega County Director Margaret Kinyanjui said 1,449 of the teachers will be posted to junior secondary, while 109 will go to primary schools. The interviews will be conducted in all the 13 sub-counties on the 17th of this month. This is part of the preparations by the Ministry of Education to ensure seamless transition to junior secondary school for grade 7 learners later this month. The government kicked off the process of inspecting schools to ascertain their preparedness to host junior secondary school students. Tuesday, the Ministry of Education will be keen on checking the qualifications of teachers, school enrollment and other facilities before permitting any institution to admit grade 7 pupils. Parents have also been cautioned against buying school uniforms and either requirements of junior secondary schools until they get communication of approved institutions. Kakamega County has a total of 16,567 teachers, 10,778 in public primary schools,